and the future of peace in the Middle East. What we'll try to explore in this panel more about the future of peace in our region, if there will be any ramification for the Abraham Accords. One important question that I have in mind is the Abrahamic Accord, is it episodic or epochal? Episodic is series of episodes on the peace treaties between Arabs and Israelis. It is a series of peace treaties that happens, and then we have 2 decades, and then another happens. Or is it epochal, meaning that is it game changer? Are we gonna see a cascade of countries in the Middle East normalizing their relationship with Israel? The most important question, of course, in this is the core issue of the peace in the Middle East, which is the Palestinians. And 2 ministers in the past 2 days have emphasized and reiterated the unwavering position of the UAE on the issue of the Palestinians. Do we see the Palestinians as the core issue to the peace in the Middle East? Or we can have peace without Palestinians? This is what we'll explore, and fortunately with me, I have great policy experts. To my left is Dr. Jawad Anani, a former Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Jordan. And to the left further, Udi Dekel is the Managing Director and Senior Research Fellow, Institute for National Security Studies, INSS, at Tel Aviv University. Will join us via Zoom is the well-known Ambassador Dennis Ross, who serves now as the Counselor, and William Davidson, Distinguished Fellow at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, and is an old hand in the peace process. Everybody knows him. He was involved in the peace process since its inception. So let me start with the first question. Do you think, gentlemen, that this is just an occurrence, the Abrahamic Accords, or actually is a game changer in the Middle East? I will start with His Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister.
Certainly the importance that has been attached to the event in itself has lent it to the belief that it is a game changer, because the impact it created immediately after its occurrence showed up, whether among those who really liked it, among those who supported it, and among those who opposed it. So in a way, it was a game changer, and everybody found themselves in a position where they had to adjust to this new emerging situation. So in a way, it was a game changer in that very respect. Now, if you mean by game changer whether it is going to advance the cause of peace and become a dynamic, a new positive dynamic towards that end, that is a question to be tested through time. And what happened so far is that the United Arab Emirates, and through its officials, and also some other officials in Bahrain and probably in other countries, but basically among the first 2 signatories to the accords almost a year ago were the Foreign Minister of UAE and the Foreign Minister of Bahrain, besides President Trump and Bibi Netanyahu. What really struck me is the statement that was made by Netanyahu in his speech to the audience, when he thanked President Trump for understanding the value or the security value of annexing both the Golan Heights and the Jordan Valley to Israel. At that time, Israel had not taken a decision to annex, and then the narrative came that United Arab Emirates, by accepting to join the peace the Camp David Accords, actually had prevented that, although what Mr. Netanyahu does not support this conclusion. So in a way, we as observers, as analysts, we have no doubt that the United Arab Emirates is in a position to play a more positive role in this particular sense. But that depends on our ability to bring the parties to sit down and begin to negotiate on the basis of the Arab Peace Initiative. If the Arab Peace Initiative that was mentioned yesterday by His Excellency Khalifa Shaheen, the State Minister for Foreign Affairs, and also today what we heard from His Excellency Dr. Gergash, both to the fact that they want to have a two-state solution based on the Arab Peace Initiative, and that is something that we all can live with, because it sets, at the end of the day, the end game. And if we agree to enter into negotiations where the end game is quite clear, and it is going to lead to the creation of two-state solution where the two states can live side by side, and this is the official Jordanian position, by the way, side by side, then fine. We can devise then the dynamics and the steps where every party, where every side of the two sides are involved. And here I would like just to interject a short note about Jordan's position, because Jordan has a completely different position from any other Arab state. There are 7 important issues which the negotiations, any future negotiations between Israel and Palestine, if those take place, when those take place, that matter very much to Jordan. First of all is the refugees issue. Second one is Jerusalem and the Hashemite custodianship of the holy places in Jerusalem. Third one is borders. And the annexation of the Jordan Valley and the Dead Sea area by Israel would mean that this would be tantamount to a direct violation of the peace agreement signed in 1994 between the two countries, especially Article number 2, which talks about the demarcation of borders between Jordan and Israel, except for the borders which separate Jordan from the areas which were occupied which became under Israeli government military control in 1967. So in a way that is clear in the text of the statement of the peace treaty. So the fourth issue is, of course, there is trade, economic exchange, and there is water, and there is security arrangements on both sides of the divide. So in a way, Jordan does not want to look like it is going to replace the Palestinians in any future negotiations, but these issues are important. So where does Jordan come into this area, into these negotiations, sitting on the table or in the room or in the building? So, depending on the issue that you are discussing here. The last point I would like to mention is that we were fairly optimistic when two things happened, because we thought that the two major impediments to actual peace in the final analysis was the change in the American administration, and the second one was the change in the Israeli government. Now, both things happened, and we thought that probably this would somehow stymie the process and create some energy, re-energize it. But that did not happen either. Yeah. And so far, the American administration has fulfilled one or two of the promises it made, but it is yet to, for instance, start a consulate in Jerusalem, open its consulate in Jerusalem to serve the Palestinian territories. So, with the Israeli government, after the passage of the budget, Israeli budget in the Knesset, we think that the government has now a better chance of surviving until probably when when the term of Mr. Bennett is over and a new prime minister comes who has, after meeting with His Majesty King Abdullah in Jordan, agreed to a two-state solution. Now, the last point I would like to make probably concerns the UK.
Okay.
Now, the UK is an important partner to any international team that would help push the peace process forward. Now that the UK is out of UK, after Brexit, they left the EU, so therefore there is no place in the international quartet, for the UK. It is not America, it's not Russia, it's not the UN, and it is not part of the EU. So therefore, I think we need to change that to a quintet or something, and allow the UK to be a party to that thing. Given all these facts, I would say that whether it served the purpose or not depends on how the process in the future is going to develop. We in Jordan have a different perspective from the UAE. Let us admit that different geography, different relations, different interests.
Yeah, but we'll come back to these issues.
So I'll stop here.
Let me go to Ambassador Dennis Ross. Thank you for your patience. Do you think the Abraham Accord is a game changer or just one episode in a series of peace treaties between different Arab states and Israel?
I don't see it as just one episode. I do see it as basically, I don't know if I would call it a game changer. I guess I would call it a game changer. I guess what I would describe it as it has created a new threshold within the region. It has created a new reality in the region. It hasn't produced peace with the Palestinians, but it has created, in a sense, a kind of different conceptual approach to peacemaking. What I mean by that is historically there was this notion that you could not make peace in the Middle East, and you certainly couldn't normalize between Arab states and Israel unless you resolved the Palestinian issue first. That was the traditional concept of linkage. The concept of linkage, in a sense, has been turned on its head. What I mean by that is now you actually could use the normalization process where an Arab state normalizes with Israel, but it asks something for the Palestinians from the Israelis in return for that. So in the case of the UAE made the Abraham Accords conditional on Israel not annexing the territory allotted to it under the Trump peace plan. Other Arab states can also use the same basic conceptual approach as the UAE did, which is to say, we will normalize, or we will take a normalizing step towards Israel. We seek from Israel a step towards the Palestinians. If I were doing what I used to do, I would go to different Arab states and I would, say, for example, Saudi Arabia, and I would lay out a series of different options that they could take towards the Israelis, and I would identify equivalent steps. If you're not doing full normalization, then what would be the political equivalent step that Israel could take towards the Palestinians? Now, what I would want to do is I'd want to have it in my pocket first, and then I would also want to go to the Palestinians and say, you don't just get to receive. What step are you going to take? In other words, you have a new dynamic that was created by the Abraham Accords. It creates a new potential at a time when basically there's a stalemate between Israelis and Palestinians. Within the Israeli, we have an unprecedented Israeli government. It has every ideology represented in it. There is no consensus within this government, even though a majority of the parties favor a two-state outcome. There's no consensus for it. On the Palestinian side, we have a complete division, not just geographically, but obviously between Fatah and Hamas. There is no political wherewithal right now to negotiate an outcome. So you need a new factor that can break that stalemate. And what the Abraham Accords represent is that new factor. They give us something new to work with, to break the stalemate between Israelis and Palestinians. They reverse what has been a kind of traditional paradigm, which, as I said earlier, said nothing was possible with the Arab states until you resolve the Palestinian issue. And what that ended up doing is it denied Arab states what was in their interest, and it didn't advance the cause of peace between Israelis and Palestinians. And what we got a clear message from Arab states saying, look, we can't deny ourselves what's important to our national interest while we wait for the Palestinians, and at a time when we have no particular confidence the Palestinians are capable of acting on their own. So the question is how to take advantage of what is this new factor. I guess so I would say I do believe this is a game changer. By itself, it doesn't resolve the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. But it gives us a new tool to change the dynamic, to break the stalemate. And I think the challenge for us now is to be smart enough to figure out how to broker and take advantage of what is this new element.
Thank you.
May I?
Same question, yes.
They said almost everything, but I will proceed in the line of Dennis because, as I see it, it's not a game changer yet. There is a potential for game changer. This is changing the rule of the game. And when you change the rule of the game, you have potential that you can achieve a game changer. And one of the things one of the objectives of Abraham Accords was not to be stuck in the past as we heard. You know, most of the time we spoke about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The idea that the Arab world can do business with Israel, not on the expense of the Palestinians, but in parallel to try to promote the process with the Palestinians. So the change that they took from the Palestinian, the veto power, to prevent any kind of cooperation between Israel and Arab countries, which now it's the interest of the Arab countries and Israel. So we would like to fulfill our interests and to promote the better reality by doing things. So Israel is now maybe perceived like an asset and not burden to the region. And this is a great change. But if we will be smart enough in order to use it, in order to change the reality, 2 days we are speaking about the vacuum in the Middle East. Somebody has to fulfill the vacuum. If we will create a coalition of stable, responsible countries which can fulfill the vacuum and not give the other bad guys the ability to use the vacuum in order to extend their negative influence in the region, that will be game changer. If the Palestinians, you know, something very interesting, because we try to convince them that they can achieve a lot of benefits from Abraham Accords. They can be part of some of the regional activity, you know, regional cooperation, water, energy, green energy. There is so many other things that we can do together, and they can be part of it. Technology, I'm not going to mention all of those things. So instead to be part of it, they are against the Abraham Accords. They don't want to be part of it. They don't see it as a platform in order to promote their Palestinian interests. And I'm not speaking about the Israeli interests. And they don't want to be part of the new situation in the Middle East. This is kind of the old world. As Dr. Anani said, speaking upon the old things about the past, we will not change the reality. If we will understand that we have the power now to change the reality and create something positive and not stuck in the limitation of the past, you know, somebody you can say, the sky are even not the limit. And one thing that I wanted to say, it's important to understand, these agreements or accords build up maybe 15 years or more than that. This is not one action. This is not somebody decided one day and changed that. You know, along the years, we build up relations with no official relation, no formal relation with Arab countries in order to see that we have a lot of things that we can do together. And now I'm happy to know, and this is good, signal for the future, that we can do now official business. And in official business, it's more stable, it's more contribute, and there will be a lot of opportunities for the future.
Yeah, but let me just follow up with something you said, which I think is quite important. And when you say parallel, you don't mean tied together, right? They can just go and pass each other. So the pace of one will not control the other. But perhaps if one goes faster, whatever political capital is generated could be invested in the second track. Is that the idea? Or I'm putting words in your mouth? What do you mean by parallel?
I can answer to you. There is now parallel normalization. There is normalization process between your countries and other with Israel under the Abraham Accords. And in the same time, there is parallel normalization with Iran. We heard yesterday, today, and the day before, discussing, trying to solve problem by negotiation. So things can be parallel, and we can promote things together. We don't have to say that only after solving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, I don't want to go to details, because I was the head of the negotiation team with the Palestinian under Prime Minister Olmert, okay? And I can speak a lot about the history of the negotiation. You cannot blame only Israel. It's very easy to blame Israel. You cannot blame only Israel. Because of Israel, there is no peace. There was many opportunities to achieve a permanent status agreement, and the Palestinians didn't respond positive to those opportunities. So we have to proceed. This is our interest, Israel's interest, to solve the Palestinian conflict. This is our interest. This is maybe other interests, but this is basically our interest. So if we have to take care about it, but in the same time, we can create and shape better reality with the other Arab countries, and it will contribute, because in that case, you will have more obligations, and even you can give guarantees to the Palestinians that nobody is going to lose them, and everybody will try to support them in order to build up the state-building process. I believe in two-state solution personally, because I believe that this is the best solution also for Israel. So this is not something against the other. You can parallel, promote the both lines.
Okay, thank you. Let me just go back to the ambassador and ask him, let me just be the devil advocate, okay? And you are experienced in the peace process and you understand it in and out. Now, looking at the history of the relationship between Arab states and Israel doesn't give you a lot of hope. We had the Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty, and it didn't produce a solution with the Palestinians. You had the Mauritanians and the Israelis, and it didn't. You had the Jordanian and the Israelis, and it did not produce. Why do you think this one creates a new concept that might have a positive ramification on the field or on the track of Palestinian-Israeli peace?
Because, in some ways, almost because of that history. If you look at what happened in the past, it became very clear, Udi said it, the Palestinians had an effective veto over what else could be done. And for years, you had Arab states respecting that for reasons that were understandable. They accepted the principle that so long as there was occupation, there couldn't be normalization with Israel. The problem was the region was changing. The needs of governments were changing. The need to be able to respond to real problems were changing. Certain kinds of threats existed where Israel's help was important. You had different Arab states who increasingly understood that their own interests were being denied by not being able to have a relationship with Israel. Now, a lot of the relationships, even today, remain under the table. Before the Abraham Accords, there were 500 Israeli companies that were working throughout the Gulf area. This was a reflection of a reality, that even if you couldn't publicly deal with the Israelis, you still had an interest in dealing with them. And the UAE itself, this is what Udi also made this reference, the relationship that the UAE created with the Israelis was one that developed over a period of time. You had Israelis who were going to be allowed to come to Expo 2020 before COVID, before full normalization. You had an Israeli office in the International Renewable Energy Agency. The UAE wasn't alone in terms of quietly expanding its contacts with the Israelis. So what is different is that time has passed. Increasing numbers of Arab leaderships understood they had an interest in having a relationship with Israel, sometimes of a security nature, but increasingly one that is of economic, commercial, related to diversifying the economy. We're dealing in an era of terrible climate change, which we're all quite aware of, and the Middle East drought is a profound reality. Israel is one of the leading countries in the world in terms of being able to expand the availability of water, of being able to develop drought-resistant crops. So food security, water security, health security. Israel can be a country that offers something. Those in the region recognize that. So what's different is the changing nature of the needs of Arab countries and a companion perception as well. I recall a year ago, August, Bandar bin Sultan did what amounted to a 3-day documentary on Al Arabiya, in which he said, we, Saudi Arabia, have supported the Palestinian cause. And we did it in a way that didn't always serve the Palestinians, because every time they missed an opportunity, we gave them cover. The problem is that ultimately didn't serve the Palestinians. And we can no longer deny ourselves what's in our interests. So that's what's different today than I think was in the past. Now, having said that, the Palestinian cause is still a cause that resonates. It's still a cause that relates to the very issue of justice or injustice. So it's not going to go away. But what we see is the potential for Arab states to say, we have to pursue what's in our interests. We want to try to do something for the Palestinians at the same time. That's the conceptual change that the UAE offered, because it said, we will fully normalize with Israel, but we need Israel not to annex the territories allotted to it. The UAE created a model. Others can follow that model. The Palestinians should be taking advantage of it. They should be talking to Arab states that might be considering this. They should be part of that discussion. They should see how they could benefit. By simply saying no, once again, the Palestinians deny themselves the opportunity to change things. And in a sense, the message that is coming from Arab states is, we want to support you, but we're not going to continue to support you if it means preventing us from doing something that we need. That is what's different now. And that's why I say the Abraham Accords, they have created a new baseline, and they have created what amounts to a new tool. The question is, how can we take better advantage of that tool?
Thank you. So let me ask Dr. Jawad, do you think it's simply that the Palestinians are not cooperating in the peace process, and that's why there is a failure always, and the United States has to cover and the Arab states have to cover? Or simply there is a structure of incentives that makes Israel more willing to normalize with Arab states, but not with the Palestinians?
Well, actually, Israel does not have to normalize with the Palestinians, because there is a fait accompli situation on the ground. So what is there to normalize with the Palestinians? You know? I mean, it is strictly an open market for Israeli goods, and so the Palestinians have nowhere else to work except inside Israel. And the security regulations are as tough as they are, you know. Of course, anybody sees the good side, the shiny side of the whole situation. Now, Dennis has been talking about the Palestinians not accepting, not being happy about the accords. Is because their perception is that there is a trade-off from an Israeli political position, government, Israeli government, not all Israelis, but the Israeli government, that gaining more grounds with the Arab world will allow them to have more freedoms to exercise what they want at the expense of the Palestinians. So the Palestinians don't see it as Dennis describes it. On the contrary, he wants to show that this is a win-win scenario for the Palestinians. Actually, it is a zero option. And so therefore, we have to change that image. Now, what has changed as far as the Palestinians are concerned over the last year? Did Israel stop expanding the settlements? The answer is no. Did they stop, for instance, mistreating the Palestinians? No. Expropriating their ownerships and houses and so on? No. So what is that does a Palestinian child going to his school in the morning to inside Jerusalem feel more safe going there? The answer is no. So why would the Palestinian believe all these scenarios? On the contrary, I think unless we become more empathetic with the Palestinian feelings, then there is no way for them to accept this argument. This is not acceptable to them at all. So, okay, it's not a question of Abu Mazen, and it's not a question of Hamas either, but it is a question of individuals who are going about their ways every day when they are stopped at the, Mahsoum or the police or military hajjs, where they start asking them questions and harassing them and keeping them for hours, waiting just to make, the shortest distance that you can cross for a Palestinian from one side to the other. It could take 15 minutes, but it will take him 2 hours to get to where his destination because of that. Now, this daily suffering and the non-stoppage of the settlers and the ultra-conservatives inside Israel, okay, assuming that all these deeds are committed by them, does not bode very well with the Palestinians at all. Nothing as far as the daily livelihood. Now, we are promising him, that your life will be much better, you'll be economically more viable, we will have more trade, okay. So Israel has succeeded in overarching the Palestinians and dealing directly with the Arab countries. Why would Israel then succumb anything to the Palestinians? Why would they give them anything? The question is that we have to see a dynamic political process take place. Short of that, I don't think that I have worked with many of my Israeli counterparts, on a plan. Dennis Ross and I, one time, were able to unlock the process, the Israeli-Jordanian peace negotiations when they reached a stalemate in Paris. Remember that night in Paris, Dennis? Because we introduced a principle called simultaneity. Okay? I do something for you, you do something for me. And at the end of the day, there is a light at the end of the tunnel for everybody to reach. What you said, sir, about you believe in two-state solution and so on. Of course, I can see why no Israeli politician, regardless of where he stands on any issue, would really say no to normalization with Arab countries. That's for sure. If I were an Israeli, I would immediately embrace that situation and believe in it. But for the Palestinians, please try to understand that they have different view of the things that you see. They see completely the opposite. And so therefore, unless we work on convince the Palestinian citizen who is not considered as a citizen, he's considered as a resident in his own country. And after the passage of the laws, like the statehood, Jewish statehood of Israel, where everybody is entitled to claim property anywhere, in what is called Eretz Israel. You know, you have to deal with these issues because these are the real impediments in the road to the peace.
Okay, this is the impediment to peace between the Palestinians and Israelis. Do you share that views? The reason that you guys are building settlements, you are mistreating Palestinian checkpoints, etc. You are the powerful in this relationship.
There are many many Israeli, by the way, NGOs who are writing about this. This is no secret.
Okay. So is it that's the reason, or simply the Palestinians cannot seize the opportunities?
It's unbelievable, the discussions here. You know, there is so many weaknesses in the Middle East. Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, the negative activity of Iran, and, you know, the proxies that they operate. There is so many things, but all the discussions, we are speaking now about 45 minutes about the Palestinian issue. And I told you, basically, Israel would like to achieve arrangements with the Palestinian based, most of the Israelis, most of the population in Israel support two states for two people. The reason that there is no two states for two people, because every time that there was opportunity to do that, the Palestinians decided that it's not enough. They have a concept of all or nothing. They prefer to be in the current situation that everybody have to support them than to take the hard decision. We are in the end of that game. We would like to create another game of success. The idea that there is win situation for Israel, it's automatically lose for them. It's better lose-lose than win-win. This is the old world. We don't want to be part of it. We would like to be part of a new world. So we have to do things together with the region. Somebody don't understand, but there is a change, dramatic change in the Israeli concept. Because some years ago, the main concept of Israel was that we have to protect ourselves from the negative spillover from the region, for the negative intruders which will try to come and to destroy Israel. And we have to build up, you know, iron wall and iron dome, all the irons in order to protect ourselves. And we look upon relations with Europe. We said our direction is relations with Europe. Now there is dramatic change. We would like to be part of the Middle East. We would like to do business with people all over the Middle East. Abraham Accords do something positive to our relations with Jordan, with Egypt, yes, nobody speak about that. Now others can see that we can do things together, business to business, people to people, not only, you know, in the high rank between the leaders or between the military cooperation. We can do a lot of things together. Especially after the COVID-19, we understand that the region have to take care about itself. We cannot rely on the other parts of the world. So let's create all the power of the region and do things together. As I said before, our interest is to deal with the Palestinian issue, but this is not the way to block every positive movement in the region.
Okay, let me turn to the ambassador. Now, in the long run, for the Abrahamic Accords, obviously we'll all agree if there's a solution to the Palestinian problem, this will sort of propel the Abraham Accords. But let's just imagine with me a little bit, if 10 years passes and there is no progress and the Palestinians are still the orphan children of Abraham, they have no state. Do you think still peace or Abraham Accords will have a validity in the region? People will be sort of rushing to normalize, because they'll say, oh, look, Israel is building settlements. There is no way that we can build a Palestinian state in the occupied territories simply because, you know, the Israelis have taken all the territories. There will be no contiguous, there's nothing for Jerusalem, there's nothing for the refugees, even symbolic return of the refugees. Then maybe this state is not interested in a peaceful settlement. Or do you think we are past that that period where the Arab states will think about the Palestinian first, and they will think more about the state, raison d'etat, rather than the cause of the Palestinians.
You know, I'm not sure it's going to be an either-or situation. What I mean by that is there will still be Arab states that find it in their interest to be doing things with Israel. There may be other Arab states that don't. You also have, look, you have what the Iranians call the axis of resistance. I actually call it the axis of misery. Everywhere where the Iranians have, through the Shia militias and themselves, they've created a kind of dominance. They've guaranteed there's no possibility of progress. There's no possibility of anything but suffering. And they present an alternative model, and they will do everything they can to try to ensure that there is no advance between Arab states and Israel, but also they'll also try to ensure there's no advance between Israelis and Palestinians. So you have those who will resist any change. You have among the Palestinians, again, a narrative that defines them as being the victims of injustice, that defines them as being the victim. The truth is they are a victim. There's no question they are a victim. What Jawad said is right. Palestinians are suffering. The problem is they don't have a leadership, they haven't had a leadership that is capable of making the decisions that offer them any prospect. So we have a reality where both realities are likely to coexist. It's not going to be either or. Israel, too, has to make some choices. If Israel stays on a path where it continues, especially to the east of the barrier, the security barrier, if it continues to build, if it continues to make it increasingly difficult to separate, if it, in a sense, creates a one-state reality, Israel will have its own problems. Palestinians will call for one person, one vote. They'll say, fine, let us be part of one state. We know one thing about the Middle East. We know that wherever there is more than one national identity, sectarian identity, tribal identity, we know that that's a state that's either at war with itself or completely paralyzed. And that's not something we should hope for Israelis and Palestinians. Israelis will have to make some choices. They'll have to stop what amounts to a kind of creeping annexation to the eastern security barrier. When we came up with the concept of settlement blocks and swaps, we understood, that 85% of all the settlers live in about 8% of the territory across from the Green Line. So 85% of all the settlers who live in the West Bank, who live across the Green Line, they live within about 8% of the West Bank closest to the Green Line. If the Israelis would stop building to the east of the barrier, then you could preserve the option of two states. We know right now, neither the Israelis nor the Palestinians are capable of negotiating a two-state outcome. So what we should be doing is trying to create the circumstances so what isn't possible today can become possible over time. That's where the Abraham Accords come in. That's where the whole normalization process comes in. You use that process to get moves towards the Israelis by Arab states, and in return for that, you get Israeli moves towards the Palestinians. I mean, to make this less abstract, what I was suggesting before, let's say the Saudis, who are preoccupied, understandably, with Vision 2030 and the National Transformation Plan, let's say they would be open to the idea of creating a commercial trade office in Tel Aviv. It's not full normalization, but it would be politically significant. Maybe in return they say, look, we will do this, but we would like from Israel, stop building to the eastern security barrier. Because they're going to say that preserves the option of two states. That's our contribution here. Now, I would be going to the Palestinians too, as I said earlier, and saying, okay, let's focus on what you can do in terms of maybe acknowledging there's a historic Jewish connection to the land, something that in effect the Palestinians have refused to acknowledge. When Udi said before, we want two states for two peoples. We have two national movements competing for the same space. We have two national identities. They will not coexist in one state. That would be a prescription for an enduring conflict. So one state is not the answer. There needs to be a two-state outcome. Again, I come back to what's new? What's the new element that we can use to break the stalemate between Israelis and Palestinians? It's ultimately in Israel's interest to do that, because otherwise drifting towards one state will not be in Israel's interest. For Palestinians, drifting towards one state means the end of any separate identity, which is not going to go away. So we need a two-state outcome, and we have to take advantage of what's the new element in this equation that gives us something to work with. You know, Palestinians, I completely understand what Jawad was describing in terms of the Palestinian sense of powerlessness, in terms of what the day-to-day reality is. Here again, this should be part of what we're working on to change. But Palestinians also have to have agency. They have to be prepared to make decisions. And unfortunately, and I have a lot of experience with this, there have been opportunities, and the Palestinians have always found a way to say no, as opposed to saying yes. Okay, let's learn the lessons from the past on all sides, on the Palestinian side too, on the Israeli side too. We have a new baseline. Let's think about how we can take advantage of that. Let's think about how we take advantage of that to change the day-to-day reality between Israelis and Palestinians. And in doing that, let's restore a sense of possibility. Israelis and Palestinians alike completely disbelieve the other. From a psychological standpoint, we're much worse off today between Israelis and Palestinians than we have been in the past. We have to change that. We have to restore a sense of possibility. We have to restore a sense of hope. That's what's missing today. And when I look at the Abraham Accords, I say, all right, look, I see what's driven that. Let's take advantage of it. Let's not simply repeat the slogans of the past. Let's not simply adopt a position that ensures we'll perpetuate the past. We have a possibility to create a different future. We should take advantage of that.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
First of all, is two-state solution viable anymore because of the settlements?
That is
and
what,
secondly, why the Palestinians don't take advantage of the Abraham Accord and say, you know, we want a place on the table and we want to negotiate in good faith with the Israelis like other people are doing and to reach something. And then there will be international consensus that the Palestinians are playing a positive role in this peace in the Abraham Accord, and maybe that will bring some pressure on the Israelis to concede.
well, first of all, you know, let's admit that the Palestinians were surprised, as much surprised by this, because they were never told or alerted to the fact that such a thing would take place. So in a way, they have only had 1 year to cope with this emerging situation and to determine among themselves whether it was advantageous for them or not.
But they never told us about Oslo either.
That's what we were in Jordan surprised by that as well. I'm not saying that, you know, surprises don't happen in our part of the world. Surprises are always there. But the thing that there were opportunities under Netanyahu. There were opportunities. What opportunities are you talking about that the Palestinians missed? The Palestinians did not have a chance under Netanyahu. So let's forget about that, please, and let's...
Chance for what?
Chance for peace.
Do you remember the initiative of Secretary Kerry with the paper of principles for framework agreement? What was the answer from Netanyahu and what was the answer from Abbas? Do you remember that?
I remember that very well, but
we don't know the answer of Abbas because he didn't respond until today. But we know what Netanyahu responds for that.
Netanyahu, of course, Netanyahu. Okay, I mean, I remember when you
No,
were...
but can you just answer the question, please?
I remember when you were...
You asked me that it will be more live, you know, debate, so I try to bring something.
Yes, the real Middle East.
I know I'm making...
Is it viable two-state solution anymore?
Viable? Of course it is viable. Because you need that what has been done on the ground does not have to stay there forever. Now, everybody is saying that the Palestinians must be more realistic. They must offer sacrifices. The same thing is expected from Israel. So whatever the current situation is that denies the Palestinians a two-state solution should be rectified and should be reversed, because it is not God-given. This was done by human beings. And building illegal settlements should be dismantled. They were dismantled in Gaza, they were dismantled somewhere else. So anyway, the process can, in certain things, can be reversed. Now, what I'm saying is that a tenable solution is there. It has been worked on. Abbas was a very good opportunity. He actually is now being accused of treason because of his belief that the Israelis would come around and do peace with him.
Okay, I don't have much time.
Now, of course, let me
Because
finish
I
this
need to
point.
get all the questions.
But I have to finish this point.
Okay.
You know, now tell me, when you say Palestinians should come to the table, which Palestinians? Are you talking about Fatah? Or are you talking about the PLO? Or are you talking about Hamas?
The legitimate
To
representative.
be honest with you,
PLO.
I don't think that if I were an Israeli official, I would never accept to sign peace with the Palestinians without Hamas endorsing it. Hamas must endorse that.
Okay.
Because now it is doable. I believe, like Dennis said, it is doable. And the Abraham Accords, can become a very positive tool if it is put in the right context. But if it is not put in the right context, then it is just another development that benefits both Israel and the other countries. And the Palestinians are completely neutral to that. So we need to develop the right context for peace that would make, and I agree with what you said and what Dennis said, that then it becomes a very positive spin-off, and it will lead to very positive spin-offs as far as resolving this. Now, why are we always talking about that there are many problems in the region and the Palestinians? The Palestinian issue is the oldest one. It is the oldest one. It is the one that monopolized the attention of Arabs for many years. Now, why can't we come to of course, I agree that Arabs, it took them so many years to be convinced that they should go into peace with Israel, thanks to President Sadat, who broke that mold. And now, you know, we have to accept the fact that if we want to have peace negotiations that would lead to an obvious solution, the Abraham Accords would become very useful if they come in the right context.
I need to go back to the audience, but before I do that, who is the next candidate to join the Abrahamic Accord? Do you have any idea?
I don't have idea, but I can say that
Speculate, it's fine.
We would like to see Saudi Arabia.
Oh, you think
Because
Saudi Arabia is next?
I not think that they are crossing the Rubicon yet, but I believe that it will change dramatically the situation. But I have to answer one question about, you ask about if it's the feasibility of the two-state solution. If it's still...
Viability.
Viability. It's still viable. And one of the things which, and another things, you know, people speaking about one-state solution, there is no one-state solution. Nobody in Israel will, if you blame us about that because of us there is no two-state, there will not be one-state solution. I can tell you, definitely. So under the cover of Abraham Accords, we can do a lot of things in order to promote the ability to shape the two-state reality on the ground. The ability to do things together with the Palestinians, the ability to support in Palestinian state-building process, the ability to improve the Palestinian economy, infrastructure, a lot of things. So there is 4 legs that we can put now, and that will give the direction to the two-state. First of all, transitional arrangements between us and the Palestinians, which the things that we can agree upon to negotiate and to discuss it, and not all or nothing. Second, short. Second, I would like to see that the Arab countries participate in the process, supporting the Palestinians, give them guarantees that nobody is going to forget them, and push them to take the risk to go forward. And the third element, we can start today, we don't want to do it unilaterally, not one-sided, together with the Palestinians, the steps on the ground which will create the vision of the two states that everybody will believe that this is the direction.
Okay, thank you. Ambassador, very quickly, please. Who's next in the Abraham Accord? Do you have any idea? Speculate is fine.
Well, the short answer is I don't know. I do think if Saudi Arabia were next, it would be something that would change things significantly. Again, I would like to be able to use the Abraham Accords and the Saudis or whoever's next, but if it were the Saudis, I would like to use it, as I said before, to break the stalemate between Israelis and Palestinians. We should take advantage of this. You know, do I think the Saudis will be next? I don't know. I don't know who will be next.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I have to go back to the audience.
I do know there will be others. There will be others, however.
Okay. I have to go back to the audience, and I have to thank them very much for sticking with us, even it's the afternoon and it's getting late, but thank you for staying on. That's why you get the reward of asking questions rather than me. So the first player, Hani Findaki, is it?
Thank you very much. Yes, it is, and thanks for this discussion. Actually, I haven't learned a whole lot from this discussion because it's the same conversation that's been going on for the last 40 or 50 years and continues. I am not privy, and I do not fully understand the complexities of the Palestinian-Israeli issues as the speakers are, but I am a mathematician and I understand the principles that must exist for a problem to be solved. And there is a principle in mathematics and in decision theory called minimax. It is a solution that will exist if the maximum that one party is willing to give satisfies the minimum that the other party is willing to accept. And in view of the asymmetry that exists in power between the two parties, the Palestinians and the Israelis, do you have anything in mind, especially for the Israeli representative, that the Israelis are willing to offer to the Palestinians to create the conditions for the Palestinians to accept and to move into this two-state solution? Because short of that, I just don't see it happening.
Next, David McFalsky.
Thank you. It's good to see the panelists in person and on Zoom. Look, I think there's a lot of convergence on this panel that the Abraham Accord should be a bridge and not a bypass road. I think we all are saying the same thing as I hear it. The question is how to achieve it. Dennis's point is also that, and Udi, is this, the two-state idea is still viable. You look at the security barrier. On one side, you have 2.5 million Palestinians approximately. You have 111,000 Israelis on east of the barrier. That's 92% of the West Bank. We can get into land swaps. I don't want to get into that. But I don't think we should say the two-state solution is hopeless. That's, I think, the main point. And there are also things, you know, Dennis said maybe link the two. Make it conditional if there is a Saudi breakthrough, just the way the Emiratis did. And I think this idea of no building east of the barrier is an important point that people need to think about. There's also something in the A+B areas in Oslo. There's 3 land classifications: A, the cities; B, the environs outside the cities. The Palestinians now have A+B equals only 40%, but 80% live in the 40%. Imagine if there was a private sector initiative to improve the living standards. I discussed this before he was prime minister with Naftali Bennett 8 or 9 times, and he's all for it. I think there are things you could do regionally to show this is a bridge and not a bypass. The one point, which is I think a little bit the elephant in the room that we haven't discussed, and I'm welcome to hear from the panelists, is unfortunately there's bad blood between the Emiratis and the Palestinian Authority. My point of A+B is use it as private sector because of the fear that the money is going in the pockets of the PA and it might go for corruption. I think that private sector is very important, but I do think you need to find a way. If there's going to be a peace process, maybe no less it should be between the Emiratis and the Palestinian Authority, because that seems to be part of it. But taken together, all these points together point to me that you might not finish winning the marathon, but you could run the 5K race fairly easily. And we have to begin. The economics is not a substitute for the politics, but we have to start it because everything has been stagnated for so long. Thank you very much.
So, okay, I'll give you a minute and a half to answer those questions. I'll go with the ambassador.
Who?
Look, I think, yeah. The point that David was making, I think, is important. One of the things that should be done right now is focusing on institution building, what might be state building. When Salam Fayyad was the prime minister of the Palestinian Authority, he was very much focused on the issue of building a state from the ground up so no one could deny it. You know, one of the things that we might be thinking about, again, is with the UAE and with others, is what kind of investments in state infrastructure could Gulf states like the UAE make with the Palestinians? What if one could work out a situation where maybe you could build a railroad, a symbol of statehood, a symbol of transportation infrastructure, something that could be connecting the West Bank with Jordan, something that could be tied to producing trade, something that would be seen again as a symbol of building a state from the ground up. There could be different kinds of investment geared towards institution or state building on the Palestinian side. Now, the Palestinians have to be prepared to go along with this. The Palestinians have to be prepared to promote this. One of the reasons I think there's such public alienation from the Palestinian Authority is precisely because it's not seen as doing things that will advance the cause. And I'm not just talking politically, I'm talking about what is it doing to make life better. You know, here the Israelis can be of greater help because they can be allowing, they can be facilitating the promotion of infrastructure on the ground. So I would like to see that. I would like to see the word parallel was used by I think Jawad and Udi, and I think that we should be thinking about all the things that can be done in parallel. Arab states with Israel, Israel with the Palestinians, Arab states with the Palestinians. This is something we should be thinking about. One quick last comment on the mini-maps.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Audi, what do you think?
I'll address that later then.
Okay.
You know,
answer the questions, huh?
Yes, I'll answer. How long I have time? 1.5 minutes?
Both. Yeah, 2 minutes. 2
Okay.
minutes and 2 minutes for him.
Mister, I would like to tell you something. If you check the negotiation between Israel and the Palestinians, this is the Palestinian position, this is the Israeli position, along with 30 years of negotiation. Israel went, you know, Barak, President Clinton parameters, and Olmert, that I worked with him, very close to the Palestinian side. They didn't move an inch toward Israel, okay? We cannot bridge the gaps in negotiation about permanent status agreement. This is not the situation that we are able in the near future, but what we can do, we can shape the two-state reality to do things on the ground together with the Palestinian and with support of the Arab countries, which will create the conditions for two-state. And in that case, we will not return back to the same problem that were in the past. We will create opportunities for the future. And this is the direction. And I believe that Abraham Accords, this is example that you can bring something new and then you can change the reality and you have many options and opportunities for the future.
Thank you.
Well, I agree with the scenario that there should be an institution building effort, as Dennis said. And actually, I have worked with some Israelis, like I mentioned before, also with Egyptians, and also with the Palestinians. And there were also certain contributions from Saudi and UAE interlocutors. Now, the thing that we came out with, and we tried to sell it inside the United States. I tried to see you, Dennis, but I couldn't see you.
Next time.
You were not in town at that time. You know, I wanted to give you a copy of that because it talks about parallel action taken by different groups. First of all, in the state, before we start negotiations, and then on negotiations themselves, and then thirdly, what to do and how to implement that step by step. And we put all the matrices, by the way, that were needed. And there was quite an effort exercised in that. But at the end of the day, it leads to what everybody would like to do. Now here, with the introduction of the Abraham Accords, you know, there will be an interest on the part of Arab countries to help and support such a turnout. Now, the point that I would like just to comment briefly on is the peace between UAE and the Palestinians. Well, I think that, you know, what you read in the media is over-exaggerated because this is populist literature. But although there were statements made by some angry politicians on both sides, you know, but at the same time, I don't think that this will break the relationship, nor do what I heard from the two ministers who came here from the UAE and gave us a very eloquent expose of their foreign policy, at least in the next 50 years also, you know, really point out that they can overcome this sensitivity, you might say. I don't want to underestimate what happened. There were some sour moments, but I'm sure that the UAE, with its image of its own role in the future, cannot or don't want to bypass the opportunity of being remembered as a contributing factor to a lasting peace in the Middle East. So I think if we put everything in the right context, we agree on the process, on the steps to be taken, I'm sure there will be light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. At this positive note, I would like to end. But before I do that, I'd like to thank Dr. Ibtisam for organizing, and the APC for organizing this lively panel and for giving me the opportunity to moderate. Thank you very much. And also thank you to you, the audience, who stayed with us. Thank you.
I decided to. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the penultimate session. And thank you for those who are staying. Doctor, well, I was given the signal. I was given the signal, so I can wait if you want to. There are conflicting signals. Should we wait another 2 minutes? Because it's meant to start at 4. Okay, we will start, even though some people are still outside and coming in. Well, once again, thank you. I want to thank Dr. Ibtisam Al-Kitbi and the army of volunteers and team behind the desk and everybody who makes this happen. It's been really wonderful and highly organized. We are very grateful for the environment and the opportunity. And I'm delighted and honored to be in the presence of such a distinguished panel. Most of them, or all of them, are more than famous, more famous than to be introduced. So we've got Dr. Abdul Munaim Said from Egypt's Strategic Center, and we've got Randa Rahim from Slim. I always confuse the two. Anyway, my apologies, Dr. Randa Slim from the Middle East Institute in Washington, and we've got Ziad Ayadat from the University of Jordan, again another strategic studies center, and we have Harith Hassan from Carnegie Middle East. Experts known to you, most of you, and we have also many experts in the audience, so it's really a great opportunity to engage everybody about this important topic. And what a topic that they have chosen, and what a title, the entire region being in a crossroads. Crossroads, obviously, we have been for some time, but are we stuck in that crossroads? Are we going to stay here for some time? It is really important to understand where we are and look forward to know where we go. So we will not touch too much on history. We should be looking at the future. But just to frame the discussion, we need to remind ourselves where we are. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union and since the variable engagement of the United States as the only superpower, or constant engagement and disengagement with the creation of lots of vacuums, there have been many, many changes in the region. So many countries were left to their own accord to act independently and rely on their own inherent institutions and strength to survive, grow, or not. Some of these countries grew to become regional powers, and many others remained stable, functional, and you can categorize the Arab world in that category, where we have Gulf states, Jordan, Morocco. They stayed stable, they were functional, and some of them were even punching above their weight. So again, between this category of or group of countries, there are variability, but on the whole, they survived very well. There's another category of states that are fragile, on shaky grounds. They had a lot of grievances from their population. They still have not addressed them properly, but they remain stable. They are trying to survive and be actors. Egypt, Algeria, and Tunisia are among those. And of course, there are increasingly fragile countries like Iraq and Lebanon who have not been able to withstand the challenges that they face, or the regional power emergence and interferences, or the global power rivalries. So sometimes they go all the way to the brink of failure, and that is Iraq and Lebanon. We will touch on that in greater detail. And of course, there is another category of countries who actually failed, and that is Syria, Yemen, and Libya as prime examples. So this is where we are. How long we're going to stay in this crossroad, we don't know. But there are many more drivers of evolution, drivers of change, that our doctors will identify, will diagnose the root causes of the problems and these drivers after describing the phenomenon and the symptoms. But we should end with some solutions, some treatment, some policy recommendations from everyone. We have to make it interactive, knowing full well there are many good experts in the audience, so we'd like to leave enough time for good discussions then. So I'm going to go first, ladies first. We are lucky to have the rare breed of women, one of the panels that we're lucky to have such a good expert. I'm going to start with you, Rhonda. Please tell us about, again, what you read in terms of symptoms and phenomenon, the stabilizing and destabilizing factors that are affecting them, that drive evolution forward. I don't mind you looking a little bit back in the history, but look forward at present and the future more. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Dlauer, and good to be with you all. Let me take this opportunity to thank Dr. Ibtisam and EPC for the invitation. And as a fellow Arab woman, I really would like to congratulate Dr. Ibtisam for her many achievements. She makes us all proud, so thank you very much. Building on what you just said, Lauer, I see two trends that are coexisting in the region right now. One trend is of escalation and conflict, and another trend is of de-escalation. So let me talk first, being Lebanese, we are always start with the bad. We are genetically disposed for the bad. So let me start with the bad trend of conflict and escalation. So we have a conflict system in the region that is protracted, that has huge humanitarian consequences. Of the 60 million displaced people in the world, 40% come from the Arab region, mainly Syrians and Palestinians. We have proliferation as a result of this conflict system. We have a proliferations of non-state armed actors, terrorist groups, but also we have, and these are old conflicts that have been with us for some time. The Palestinian conflict, in the last 10 years, we have Syria, as Lauer said, Syria, we have Yemen, Libya, Iraq, Lebanon, more and more entering this category. We also have new conflicts that are entering the system over resources in the Eastern Mediterranean, in the Red Sea. We have new forms of warfare, drone, cyber, that are also entering the system. Coup in Tunisia and Sudan that are deepening the crisis of governance that's part of this conflict system. And we have a sustained pattern of escalation between Israel and Iran. And add to this mixed global threats which impact regional security, from climate change to resource scarcity, pandemic, and superpower competition in the region. Now, on the positive side, there is this momentum toward de-escalation and tension reduction that is gaining traction. And Dr. Gargash talked about that as part of the driving force of the UAE foreign policy. So we have seen reconciliation inside the GCC. We have bilateral, mostly bilateral dialogue taking place between Iran and some GCC country, Iran, UAE, Iran, Saudi Arabia. We have seen the Abrahamic Accords in the Israel-GCC space. And we are seeing also a thaw in the making that's still fragile and yet to lead to some tangible results on the Saudi, UAE, Egypt versus Turkey axis. And then eventually there might be a potential break if the Vienna talks were to succeed in the Iran-US conflict space. So these two trends coexist and they impact each other. So if we can see in the future a denouement in the Iran-US space, it's going to affect and have a positive impact on the conflict system that I talked about in the first trend. The same thing if we see a denouement in the Saudi-Iranian space, also it's going to affect this trajectory. Now there are some challenges to the de-escalation trend. And let me quickly go about, and let me focus just on three major challenges. One, the huge trust deficit that exists among the conflicting parties in the region. Second is that this region has had historically a deficit in conflict management and conflict prevention mechanisms. Most of the organizations that are in place to play this role have failed at this. And then thirdly, we have the conflict dynamics themselves in this conflict system that are really extremely hard to untangle, partly because of the interaction between the domestic actor, the regional actor, and the international actor in their contribution. Now, on the positive side, I think there are some drivers that are helping this de-escalation trend gain momentum. One is that we have now a new platforms for dialogue and cooperation in the region. Now, at this point, they are exclusive of parties. We have, for example, the Abrahamic Accord platform. It excludes the Palestinians, but you can build on it to include the Palestinians in the future. You have the Eastern Mediterranean Gas Forum. It includes Turkey, but in the future, Turkey could be included. But these are platforms of conflict resolution. The second driver is what Dr. Gargash talked about, which is the reordering of priorities caused by the pandemic. Countries are more focusing inward on meeting their citizens' need and looking toward more lessening and reducing tensions that interact with this. And then finally, we have the US pivot from the Middle East. I think the important part of the US pivot from the Middle East, and I will say pivot away, as Cliff Cuption said yesterday, not leaving the Middle East, but pivoting away from the Middle East, is that it's forcing the countries in the region to look at their own resources and their own capacities to resolve conflicts. I mean, it's increasingly, looks likely that the countries in the region have to shoulder the main responsibility for crisis management and not look toward the outside, extra-regional players or even a multilateral institution to play this role. I'll stop at this point.
That's excellent start, and very sweet and sharp and short. With that same spirit, Dr. Abdelmanem, I'd like to just add, without much repetition, to the same themes of stabilizing, destabilizing factors. I'm going to come back to you, Randa, on giving some real examples. And you being a Lebanon expert and genetically also coming from Lebanon, I'd like you to dig deeper into the reflection of what you said inside the country. And I don't want to talk about Egypt yet, but I'd like you to add to the stabilizing factors and drivers of change, please.
Well, I start by saying I'm very honored to be here today. And I want to tell you that a couple of days ago, I finished being in life 73 years old. 50 years of them, I was living through the Arab world in a crossroads. I am not sure if the Arab ever crossed the roads or not, or there was no roads at all in the first place. However, I will take one moment in which there was the last crossroads was. That was what's so-called the Arab Spring. I think the Arab Spring, it was described as being tectonic in a sense that it changed the region in many ways, and it did. I guess what we had actually, and I can say with my first prediction today, the Arab Spring is not over yet. Its repercussions are continuing with us for the good and the bad. The Arab Spring put us on two path roads, very important, we have to refer to them. One, chaos. The second is we have to change of what we were through reform. And from these two, roads that we have, I guess that we have it now, 10 years later than what happened. We have another Arab Spring in 1819, as we had before at the 10 and the 11 in 4 Arab countries. And we have, on the other hand, very serious, unnoted reform in some countries of the Arab world. And I won't give details about Egypt, as Dr. Jalal asked me, but I say in some other countries, that reform is taking much more revolutionary way. I see that in Jordan, I see that in Saudi Arabia, I see that in Morocco, I see that in Oman, in Kuwait, and I can give other examples. Many of the questions that were not answered in our history started to be answered, what to do. And it's a repercussion on the regional situation, which I think that's the purpose of our meeting, and I think it is complementary to the previous session about the Arab-Israeli conflict and the Abrahamite one. It was not the Abrahamite agreements only that was done regionally. The other opening was the East Mediterranean Forum. The East Mediterranean Forum put Palestinians and Israelis together under the umbrella of gas and oil. Something give you some relevance, like the coal and steel issue in Europe, in which something that's fermenting into pipelines, into exchanging of gas, oil, and also knowing that the Palestinians got gas, and the Lebanese also got gas, and the Israelis and the Lebanese are talking about it and trying to delineate, there are a different way, which is coming from the reformist mind in the region, is to come even to contain one of the most festered conflicts of our region. Yet, we have other conflicts as well. The one that's coming out of Iran, coming out of Turkey, coming out of Ethiopia. And I will conclude by one word, that we are living in the third road related to try to return to normalcy. Normalcy from Corona, normalcy from terror, and I will say normalcy from our old ways, trying to put it aside. This one is, I will say it is a kind of resistance, and taking the energy came from the Arab Spring forward than being too backward.
Thank you. That was very helpful. Actually, you helped us get into the very areas that I want the last two experts to talk about.
See, I can be helpful sometimes.
Sometimes, well, this time and all the time, I hope. That's wonderful. I will come back to you on Egypt again in the same spirit as Lebanon to see how this is reflecting inside with the changes you anticipate. So get ready for that, maybe. But Dr. Ziad, your reading into Arab Spring was mentioned. So that's protest. It is still ongoing in many countries. It may carry on. And the need for reform. What we know from countries like my country and the ones that we described as either increasingly fragile or failed, what is it they failed in? Institutionalization, state building, nation building. And now their communities fragmented, militarized, polarized. So all of that was not caused by neither superpowers, nor regional powers, nor the Arab Spring. So the need for reform was there for centuries. So you tell us about this connection between the protest and the reform and success or failure, please.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to echo my colleagues, Renda and Abdelmanem, by thanking the organizers and also emphasizing that I'm really honored to be part of this discussion. Colleagues and friends from APC were telling me, please do not leave the Arab world at the crossroad. Get us somewhere. And been stuck in the crossroad for too long. And let's just talk about these crossroads internally and regionally and in geo-strategic level. And by that, I'll try to provide this connection between protests and reform. But see, I do belong to the rational realists school of thought, if there's such thing remaining. And if I want to describe the status of the Arab world today, I will say with high degree of confidence that it's gloomy, ugly, with no or very less hope. Sorry to start with this very pessimistic kind of note. And I got to this conclusion by realistically looking through protest reforms attempts and for the last 10 years of political and economic developments in the Arab world. So if we dive on the micro level in all Arab countries, we will find 4 to 5 dominating, overarching themes that describing the politics and the situations within the Arab countries. And First and foremost is the problem of legitimacy. So all, probably without exception, Arab countries do have a problem with legitimacy. And when you do have a problem with legitimacy, then the conduct of politics, the outcome of policies are subject to protest and also opposition, because the level of consensus over those who are making the decisions and to those who are making decisions are not that strong, to say the least. So legitimacy problem combined with governance problem, lack of good governance problem, you refer to it as institutionalism. So lack of institutionalism, lack of good governance, lack of cooperation between public sector, private, and the civil society just leave the way decisions are made and agenda is set and also priorities are ordered subject to the whims of those who are in power. And that they created, as we knew it and still see in it, a accepted alliances between power and business and security agencies, which created a lot of corruption forms, again, across the Arab countries. Now, if you add to that the security challenges, both on the personal safety level and on the existence of the state and on the international, regional kind of survival and security. You add to that what we called it the emerging new threats, whether they are health associated, pandemics and others, climate change and environment, radicalization, inequality. And I really would like everyone for us to look at the inequality indices across the Arab world. It's just a recipe for protests and another Arab Spring and other revolutions with no serious steps to deal with such kind of inequality. And we're talking about, the class division with all Arab countries that actually also led the path to what I call it the most important problem is identity problems. So within each country, in Arab countries, we do have suffer from identity crisis, that people in that country, they don't know who are they. Are they Arabs? Are they nationalists? Are they Jordanian? Are they what? And leave alone now talking about the Arab world as, Arabism and Arab nationalism and etc., where the Islam is part of it. So identity crisis, governance, legitimacy, security, and I leave it with one important note. Poverty, unemployment, high level of educated, unemployed youth who are very well connected to the new world, and they know what they are lacking because of the bad of governance and lack of legitimacy. All of that makes the attempt at reform, if not genuine and serious, if not agreed upon agenda, and if it's not inclusive politics, just attempts to buy time as being through the last 56 years. And nothing is serious happening and nothing new has happened. It's only and only much of the same. And I'll stop here.
Thank you. Very helpful. Thank you very much. A new dimension and lots of things to talk about. But Harith, you're also an expert on Arab Spring and the changes, and you've studied those at length. But what we really described, or what Dr. Ziad was saying, in a way, it's leadership failure of leaders to deal with their countries, to get their house in order, establish good governance, rule of law, institutionalization, and reduce the gap between state and society and so on. So with those kind of things in mind, but anything else you want to comment on, I'd like you to start with that. But before you start, I want to leave Dr. Ziad with a question that you should think about until I get back to you. And that is, I want you to dig deeper, not Lebanon, not Egypt, but Syria, Libya, and Yemen. These are the three states that you have a good bird's eye view on, to see how anything we discuss is reflected inside, to understand how the trajectory could be reversed. So please, Harith.
Thank you, Dr. Delawar, and of course I would like to thank the Emirates Policy Center, Dr. Ibtisam, and friends and colleagues in the center. The Arab Spring or the Arab uprising cannot be explained simply. It's very complex phenomena. My colleagues, you also in your introduction focused on the transformation of the international system and its impact. Randa and Abdel Munaim focused on the geopolitical aspects. I would like to follow on what Dr. Ayadat says about the legitimacy crisis. And the dimension that I want to focus on is the political economy dimension. Because I think the Arab uprisings are symptoms of a deep, long-term crisis in state-society relations, especially in the Arab republics. We know that these republics that emerged out of the decolonization process have been for decades led by socialist, populist regimes that build their legitimacy through a kind of implicit social contract with their societies. That contract is based on these regimes provided their societies with economic subsidies, job opportunities, services, and the promise of development and modernization. And in exchange, the societies provided acquiescence to these regimes. This social contract started to crumble, at least since the 80s, for multiple reasons. The transformation of these regimes themselves into corrupt oligarchies or dictatorships, the end of the Cold War, the decline of socialist model, the rise of the neoliberal model, the plummeting of oil prices, all these factors combined together led to a legitimacy crisis, the one that Dr. Ayadat spoke about. The social contract collapsed, the old social contract collapsed without a clear alternative. And I see the Arab Spring, the Arab uprisings, as an outcome of this process. The failure of these regimes to establish a new legitimacy narrative, the failure to govern effectively. Most of the liberal reforms that were implemented in most of these countries were actually promoted a kind of crony capitalism, nepotism, lack of accountability, and left large segments of society without safety nets. Now, the protest movement, as I see them, were an attempt to protest this lack of social contract, this lack of legitimacy in the state-society relationship. The problem with them is that they are a protest movement. They are not movements with a clear alternative. They are mostly horizontal movement, without central leaderships, with deep distrust of partisan politics, and like most of the revolutions that we've known throughout the history, and last of which the Iranian Revolution, there was no charismatic leader or a core political party with a project that could replace the established regimes.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Randa, I asked you about Lebanon, and I asked you the implications of these. But before you considered just these factors, I want to add more factors to see how they reflect on Lebanon. And that's the regional factor, rivalry and competition in our neighborhood. So we mentioned that in the last 20, 30 years, a number of regional powers have grown, and very few of them have been really focused on stabilizing or democratizing, but they were very busy with their competition, and their background or backyard was these countries that have now become fragile. So their methods were influence, growing in influence, whether that is directly by direct political influence, economic influence, or direct invasion and sending troops and using hard power, or through proxies. And the proxy pattern is now spreading and not stopping. So they all use all these different methods in the process, adding on to the weaknesses that these countries already had. So further destabilizing, further undermining, further weakening, and making this vicious circle so difficult to reverse. The case in point may well be Iraq and Lebanon, but please consider those when you address the internal issues of Lebanon and see how that is affecting your model country.
That's why I think the key, if there is a golden key to unlocking this conflict system that exists in the region, it's going to be the Iranian-Saudi dialogue, the Iranian-Saudi coming to some kind of an understanding, of a modus vivendi. And then during this dialogue, address these issues of Iran's malign regional behavior, addressing the issue of Iranian missiles, but also on the Saudi side, addressing the issue of Iran's role in the region. Iran now is a power in the region, and it has to be, accepted as a player. Addressing the issue of tension or weaponizing sectarianism by either, by both of them, to be able to promote their influence in the region. And if I quickly can comment on this dialogue, I think it's still early, as the Saudi foreign minister said, it's still exploratory, yet it has been cordial.
So there is dialogue, but
there is dialogue, 4 rounds,
right,
4 rounds.
Okay.
They have now committed.
Has been behind the scenes for some time, but now in the open?
Well, it's Iraq, Prime Minister Qademi, who has mediated this, thanks to his own personal contacts with the both parties, which let me make, since I'm into conflict resolution, let me make a point about mediation in the Middle East and mediation in this case. It remains so personality-driven and personality-pivoted that, for example, I don't know what's going to be the future of this dialogue if Prime Minister Qademi is no longer Prime Minister. I would argue that it's going to continue because the two parties have an interest in continuing it. For the first time, Saudi Arabia has on the other side what they call representatives of the deep Iranian state, meaning intelligence services and IRGC. In the past, when Rouhani and Zarif would offer to talk with them, they were not interested because their belief is that these are people who could not deliver. For the first time, you have a dialogue with the Iranian deep state. And hence, in my opinion, there will be incentives on both sides to continue.
Okay, let me take it back to Lebanon.
So, to Lebanon. So, the Lebanon part, so this is the regional part of the Lebanon conflict.
Sure.
However, like many of these conflicts that we are talking about, they are primarily driven by domestic factors. Regional actors mine this regional division for their own interest and agenda having to do with their own regional competition. But these domestic factors are really what fuel this conflict. And the domestic factor in Lebanon has been, with Lebanon for a number of years, the lack of a common understanding of what a Lebanese citizen is, For God's sake, Lebanon does not have today a common history book. There is no common history book that can be taught in Lebanese public schools. When at the end of the war they tried to write a common history book, they disagreed on what should go into the history book, the different factions. That should give you an idea. If a people cannot agree on their history, there is something about it. There is different narratives of history that they, belong to. The other part is the militias. I think the problem, the Taif Accord brought an end to the conflict, but the Taif Accord did not help, resolve the conflict. It stopped the violence, but it did not resolve the conflict. And one particular clause of the Taif Accord, which in my opinion, created the seed for this continuation of the conflict, is this idea about disarming the militias. There was a clause that all militias have to be disarmed except 2, SLA, the Southern Lebanon Army at the time, and Hezbollah. Now, the Southern Lebanon Army disappeared in 2000 when the Israelis did unilateral withdrawal from Lebanon. But the Hezbollah militia in 2000, when it was the last opportunity, in my opinion, since after Taif, to disarm Hezbollah, The disarming did not happen at the time because Syria saw Hezbollah, and especially the Assad regime, saw Hezbollah as part of their own deterrence equation. The importance of the Saudi and Iranian, rapprochement or dialogue, if it were to succeed in the future, is that there needs to come to an understanding that, Hezbollah as it is cannot continue and the Lebanese state continue. I mean, we have reached at a point where it has become now a win-lose situation. There needs to be an understanding about what is Hezbollah's role in Lebanon, what's Hezbollah's role in the politics of the country. It cannot be excluded. It cannot be pushed back to Tunis like that happened with the Palestinians in 1982, shipped on. You cannot do that.
But are you saying that if Hezbollah is contained, everything else in North Lebanon is fine?
No. I'm saying, but without Hezbollah being contained, without Hezbollah becoming another political actor that does not use its own military power to exercise veto power over matters of the state, it's going to be very hard for the state to continue to exist in the way we understand the Lebanese state. But at the same time, they need to come to an understanding with Hezbollah, but also Hezbollah has to come to an understanding of the limits of its role. And we are starting to see the backlash against Hezbollah among the Shia community, but also among the other Lebanese communities.
Right. I think because of you digged into those areas, there are many similarities with Iraq. And if you don't mind, I'll go to Harith for a moment, just to tell us in parallel, again, regional power factors, but also poor leadership and internal institutional problems, despite the fact that the two countries have adopted democratic constitutions, they have a social contract, they have dynamic political powers, and so on. So you tell us about your observation.
Of course, there are many similarities between Iraq and Lebanon. And I remember after 2003 that many Iraqis, when the power sharing system was introduced to Iraq, many Iraqis were warning against the Lebanization of Iraq. Years after, because of the civil war in Iraq, many Lebanese started to warn against the Iraqization of Lebanon. And now, even now in Iraq, after things are worsening in Lebanon, some Iraqis are saying we should be careful. We don't want to Lebanize Iraq. So there are many analogies can be drawn between the two countries, the ethno-sectarian power sharing system, the multiple centers of power, the lack of strong central state, and the regional intervention. And here let me focus on the Iranian dimension in the Iraqi scene. We know very well that Iran's influence in Iraq has amplified since 2003, and much more after the 2014 and the formation of the Popular Mobilization Forces in Iraq. But I think Iran is facing a dilemma in Iraq, which is the dilemma of balancing between two seemingly contradictory objectives. The first objective is to keep the Iraqi state weak and fragmented in order to prevent Iraq from ever again becoming a threat to Iran. The second objective is to help the Iraqi state surviving, to prevent the collapse of the Iraqi state, because the collapse of the Iraqi state means chaos near the Iranian border. It will also harm Iran economically. Iraq now is an economic lifeline for Iran. Iran exports $11 to $13 billion value of goods and services to Iraq, which helps it facing the hurtful sanctions. The PMF is a great deal for Iran because this is an umbrella of paramilitaries dominated by Iran-allied groups, but funded by the Iraqi state. It's a perfect deal to sustain also, which requires also the sustaining of the Iraqi state. So this is a difficult balancing act, and became more difficult recently after groups allied with Iran lost the election. Now, I don't think that the Iranians are fully backing these groups in their attempt to challenge the results, or in their escalatory actions, such as the attempt to assassinate the prime minister, I think there is some kind of decentralization in the system of control over these paramilitaries since after the assassination of Qasem Soleimani and Abu Mahdi Mohandes. But I also think that for Iran it's very important not to appear as the party that give up on its allies. They always make this comparison between themselves and the United States, and United States being presented as the power that abandoned its allies, and Afghanistan lesson is just very, like, everybody noticed it.
Okay.
But at the same time, I think they are very careful not to support the escalation. Now, one more point here. As usual, you hear different things from different Iranian officials, which reflect also the competition and the disagreements between Iranian institutions. We know that, for example, Ittala'at has a good relationship with the Prime Minister Kadhimi. They are supportive of him. Parts of the Revolutionary Guards are against him.
Yeah, okay, we're now digging deep into the regional powers, but I think we mentioned deep states and all these conservative. Things are changing in Iran as well, dynamics changing in Iraq as well, so all these alignments will change, but I'm going to come back to alignment, regional alignment, to ask you all, but I'll go back to Dr. Abdul Munaim. Egypt, the way we see it, the way you see it, will be probably different, but the way we see Egypt had a long traditional past of being absolute leader in the Arab world. It lost it. It was subject to shake by the Arab Spring. It now stabilized somehow. So inward looking, you will find there are still lots of problems, whether it will withstand another challenge of this sort. And outward looking, we see that you're actually reaching out for alliances, for relations, improving relations with different regional powers, and trying to have influence with trade agreements with different countries. So these two are happening to Egypt, but put some sense to it. What is happening in terms of the challenges you face as well as the opportunities?
You know, if I make a sense of it, I will start by Henry Kissinger, who said that foreign policy is always an extension of domestic politics. And as such, if Egypt is emphasizing inside Egypt is building, and building institutions, building education, and the rest, without sectarian problems in Egypt. Egypt is a very nation state in a classic sense of that. And for that, Egypt is quickly, within less than a decade from the Arab Spring, is moving outside, not to have the traditional power politics and alliances, as you said, or influence. Actually, the project is emphasizing very much economics. And Egypt is doing economics in 3 directions. 2 of them are related to something called delineating maritime borders. And one of them was the first one between Egypt and Saudi Arabia, which really is making an introduction to a North Red Sea region that's full of demographic changes in Egypt towards Sinai, Saudi Arabia towards Neom on the northeast of the kingdom. And both are met on the Gulf of Aqaba, in which we both get an extension into Jordan, and from there also to the Palestinian and the Israelis, and upward to Iraq. You know, as Mr. Mustafa Kazmi called it, the new Sham. Actually, it is a combination between Egypt, Iraq, and Jordan.
New Levant, yeah, not New Sham.
Or New Mashriq.
New Levant. He's speaking Arabic, so I say it now. But anyway, the New Levant is, the idea is, again, a change on, you know, there is a concept now much more common in international relations called transactionalism. It is transactionalism between Egypt, Jordan, and Iraq, and now we are including Syria and Lebanon. The other side of delineation of maritime borders between us and Cyprus and Greece, which make at the end the so-called East Mediterranean Forum, which includes Palestinians and Israelis in a new form of exchanging a lot of deals related to economic build-up. In terms of security, Egypt has a problem elsewhere from our Middle East region related to Ethiopian dam. But now, until the Ethiopians get out of their troubles, I don't think anything will be important at this junction. However, I will say that the central rule of what Egypt behavior around is, which I guess can project in other issues in the region, is the countries, those who are willing to do something. The role of the willing to do agreements and get into the side of trying to avoid the destabilization trend that in the post-Arab Spring period into a more stabilizing, and that's for some extent is getting much more successful on the Libyan front so far. So I will say that that is the side that I said about before, the reform leading to a different type of, we are not into competition with, as I understand it. There are people in Egypt who like that, but not me.
What's your country's relation now with Turkey?
We are normalizing it. Of course, there is transactionalism in it, but we were also super enough and rational enough. The tension with Turkey, as bad as it was at a certain moment, never affected economic relations between the two countries. And as such, unfortunately, we don't have any relations or deep relations with Iran. It's so far away. But with Turkey, it's close by. And if I may say something related to previous session, our problem with Turkey is to sign the law of the sea, and it will be immediately into the club.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Ayadat, coming back to you. I'm going to make you in charge of those three failed countries. Tell us about all the implications of the regional dynamics as well as the internal issues and how you see leadership, lack of leadership has got us this far and where it's going. Please.
All right. Again, dealing with the Arab world one more time is like dealing with the chaotic mind. It's unpredictable, but still functioning. And so the situation, the Arab world is functioning, but it's totally unpredictable because of the so many crises and problems that we associated with the politics in the Arab world. And just by the way of summary, the issues of legitimacy, security, governance, development, and identity. If you get these fives in any nation, in any country, then you're really facing real troubles without providing solutions to such kind of crises and problems. And I think, the crossroad is very hard to be crossed. Now, let me add to that, if you wish. And the broken social contract. I would like to invite you and the colleagues and the audience to actually look at numbers and pollings. We don't believe much in numbers, but if you look, for example, at human development reports, knowledge status reports, the Arab barometers, the World Value Survey, the Social Trust Survey, and the CSS survey, that's the Center for Strategic Studies at the University of Jordan, there are problems in terms of how the Arabs perceive the others, how they perceive themselves, how the Arabs are perceived by the others, what value system they belong into, what kind of religiosity they having into, and so on. And these are major issues that we have actually to pay attention to, especially the issue of social trust. It is the least among the world population that the Arabs trust each other. And yet, we belonging to the Arab nationalism, we wanted Arab unity, etc., etc. These are serious challenges that we have to deal with. Now, when it comes to the issue of regional dynamics, and I call it alignment and realignments. And the alignment and realignments actually are introduced and just caused by the search for a role in a new game. The new game is not known, nor does the rules of the games. So the realignments is a way to write the rule of games in terms of who gets what. The question is who writes these new rules of games. This gets me to the geostrategic competitions in the region and the game of hegemony. Everyone wants to be hegemony. At least 4 countries are qualified to be a hegemon. And it just reminds me with the horse race. The race never ends, and there is no winning horse. It's the same situations with this geostrategic realignment again. You will have Iran, Turkey, Israel, and sometimes Saudi Arabia, sometimes United Arab Emirates, sometimes Egypt. Everyone competing for a hegemon role without an ability to win. And it's just, set the stage to more conflict and system of conflicts that Randa has referred to. One last thing.
But before you go to the last thing, I'll let you carry on, but you talked about alignment. Tell us about the existing or the emerging alignments.
Well, look...
because Emirates and Syria talking, Emirates and Turkey talking, Emirates and Qatar talking, and the Saudi with Egypt. So tell us, what's the shape of that emerging?
So it's a fluid. It has no shape into it. It's changing. That's why I called it alignment and realignment. So for example, you have the new Levant and the new Sham. That's Jordan, Egypt, and Iraq. And then you have Jordan, Greece, Athens. And then you have Jordan, France, Egypt, Germany. And then you have the Eastern Mediterranean. And they have the Red Sea alliances. And then you have the United Arab Emirates talk with Turkey, and then the Saudi talking with Turkey. Jordan putting an initiative in Syria, and then the United Arab Emirates is taking the lead to bring Syria back to the Arab League. All of these attempts telling you that the Arabs trying to do something, they're trying to ally and introduce new rules again of the game.
Or new order, can you call that new rules, or new order, new Middle East order or something?
I actually cannot see it. I cannot see there is like a quasi-order is emerging. I was pushing hard to convince myself that I can see some light, but I think all of these attempts are attempts of desperate, as I've described before. It's a desperate acts trying to do something. Well, there's goodwill, good intentions, but because of the failure of the politics, because of lack of legitimacy, because of all of the other problems, the outcomes of all these alignments are not working. One last thing that actually explains it is the personality. So personalization of politics in the Arab wars is dominant. Even alignments and realignments are actually triggered by personal merits and aspiration rather than rational, real motivations most of the time.
Okay. Well, thank you. That was very helpful. And that takes me naturally to Randa, because I want you to actually put your American hat on, or looking from the current American administration's point of view. We talked about alignments, we talked about a new order, we talked about this entire instability that needing really urgent action. But we could all see that there are no leaders here because of American engagement, disengagement. It left a vacuum that made people seek their own routes. And of course, we have others affected by the Europeans, but they come into Lebanon one day, to Iraq, but they can't really lead. They don't have the infrastructure, they don't have the ability, security, and so on. So we all go back to the White House and say, what is their policy? There's no clarity. Now, finally, Mr. Biden had lined up, or at least articulated his policies, priorities, but they didn't include Middle East. The only thing in the Middle East that included was JCPOA. Other than that, it was the 3 Cs, China, climate, and COVID, and economy goes with it. So you tell us how the Biden administration actually looks at this region, and what do they see, and how much engagement they are actually seeking in the future.
I think they see the JCPOA also as a key, to unlocking the capacity of the region. Or, no, let me put it this way. They see the JCPOA as creating a space if the issue of Iran nuclear power is settled, resolved for time being. They see it as then creating space for the regional actors, to step in and for this relationship to start organically to evolve among the regional actors, something like the Abrahamic Accords, because this is in the interest of the regional actors. I can see them definitely encouraging the Saudi-Iranian track as something that can evolve and help address some of these conflicts. I don't believe that the administration, despite its pledge of its commitment to a follow-on agreement, assuming there is a positive denouement and resolution on the nuclear file, I don't see the Biden administration will have the bandwidth, the political space to work on the follow-on agreement. And it's going to look toward the region itself to take care of that. I think once the nuclear file is there, and that's a priority. That's how it's, and we still even, in my opinion, look at many of the conflicts in the region through the lens of countering Iran. There is still not an Iraq policy as far as I see it, in terms of developing a sustained long-term bilateral Iraq-US relationship. The same thing with Lebanon. The way they are engaging a failed state, a disaster in the making, they are engaging it through true priorities. Of course, the humanitarian, mitigating the economic, situations and conditions on Lebanese, but they are engaging it through countering Hezbollah, and by countering Hezbollah, countering Iranian influence. So there has not been, in my opinion, much change from the Trump administration moving into the Biden administration, except that this de-emphasis on the maximum pressure strategy on Iran, but really looking at I don't see that much change. The pivot that started with Obama, continued with Trump, is now being more and more actualized with Biden.
Thank you. I'm going to give a notice of 2 minutes to the audience. It's time to actually think and formulate questions, and we'd be delighted to take them as they appear. But I'm going to have a quick round now, but I want you to, from now, think about solutions and policy recommendations. I'm not going to surprise you with it, so we'll take some questions, and then at the final round, I'm going to ask you about your thoughts about what recommendations you make to leaders, what will be your treatment and solution for the entire problems we described. You were shaking your head with a couple of remarks made here and there. I don't want to guess them, but you tell us what's your response to them.
I have a problem with the word alignment. I mean, it just can't convey more than what's in reality going on. What is going on is transactionalism. It is very realistic. It's working in what is we work with. So that is different from any kind of alignment. The second thing, I think generally, and that's my personal position, that the United States getting out of the region, it's not bad at all. However, it might help sometimes the situation of the United States, like they did with the Caesar avoiding the regulations in Syria regarding the gas going to Lebanon. So sometimes they might help, but in general, who is trying to get together the Saudis and the Iranians, the Iraqis? Who is trying to bridge the gap with Syria, the Jordanians? I mean, countries of the region are moving to fill gaps, and I think that can be much more fruitful in the future.
Okay. Now, talking about alignments, talking about the international community getting together, perhaps stopping Iraq from failing, stopping Iraq from destabilizing, and then helping it to be an example of how international collaboration can make a country stand on its feet and then go somewhere. So you tell us, reflect on these alignments, internal and external, on Iraq, please.
So first of all, commenting at what has been said regarding the U.S. presence in the region, I think there is a clear trend. The last 3 administrations, the dominant narrative is that we are tired of the Middle East. We want to shift focus and resources to our conflict or relationship with China. It's true, each administration approached this with a different policy, but this is a long-term trend, and it's probably time to think about how the region will look like in Pax Americana era. And this is, I think, good and bad news. Bad in the sense that this transformation could create more chaos, more instability. Some regional powers will try to step in and fill the vacuum in a violent way. But also it's good in the sense that the countries in the region will understand the consequences of not finding a formula for coexisting for addressing the problems that the region suffers. With regard to Iraq, I'm sure you are very well aware that there is a concept in Washington called Iraq fatigue. Policy cycles in the US think that a lot of resources have been dedicated to Iraq and it hasn't been a success story. However, probably the presence of Mustafa al-Kadhimi as a prime minister kind of gave some hope for some elements in the US foreign policy cycles, in the sense that he's a moderate guy, he has good personal relationship with people in the administration, and this administration in particular, most of its key figures have worked on Iraq before. So there's an interest in investing in Iraq, not as much as was the case before, but there's an interest in the US to help Iraq succeed. And they see that Mustafa al-Kadhimi is an opportunity, and also the election results is another opportunity.
Thank you. Very helpful. So I'll let you structure answers in your mind, unless you have anything quick to say about policy recommendations, about solutions and ways forward. But I'm going to go to Dr. Korani, who's first on the list here, wish to ask a question. Just speak, Dr. Korani, and then, yeah, go ahead. The microphone not working yet. Now you can speak. Now you speak.
Okay. Thank you.
Sympathize with which colleague? The Egyptian colleague?
With everybody who is trying to deal with that subject. I think the title was The Arab World as a Crossroads. I would have put a much more direct title, The Arab World is in Crisis. If I want to test two ideas of my colleagues and end by actually the question you have raised. One, among the list of challenges, I would say that the primary challenges are domestic. Contrary to what we have been told about the impact of imperialism, Israel, and the rest.
Of course. Okay. Well, that's a point made. Is there any question after that?
Second one is that if the Arab Spring has actually failed, and probably many of us have seen yesterday that Saif al-Islam al-Qaddafi is putting himself as a candidate, which cancels the 10 years of the Arab Spring. Do we agree that the consequences have been negative, but the causes of the Arab Spring are still there? Problems of governance, corruption, unemployment.
Okay.
If we agree on that, what are the scenarios? If we agree on distinguishing between consequences of the Arab Spring and the causes, what are the scenarios for a way out?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Baha.
All what you have said is touching us, especially for myself as a Yemeni. And most of you have touched a lot of points that's really touching us. My point here that we have seen the case of Libya, which a few months ago we would not believe that Libya could be progressed on their peace process. And in my opinion, that the reconfiguration of the alliance, especially when Egypt has been entered, that has created a balance, especially with Turkey. And that brought all the conflicting parties at the table. Are we going to see the same thing in Yemen? Like, as we have seen, the current alliance in Yemen is not in the capacity to help the government of Yemen to go back. Is it something that we could test, that reconfiguration of having Egypt back to this file of Yemen, that really could create a balance with the Iranian side and find a way of the Yemeni situation?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask you, all of you, to address this because they apply. I know there is Dr. Asad al-Shamlan, But I'm going to just ask you to take all these questions to yourselves, each one of you. Dr. Asad Shamlan.
There.
Just speak. It doesn't matter if I see you or not. You press that button.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I salute all the panelists in extremely, well, difficult subject and very lively discussion. I have just one remark concerning the issue of the U.S. Withdraw from the region. I think we have to be very careful with that when you say withdraw from the Middle East. I can understand it when we talk about the greater Middle East. But when we look at the Gulf, there is no evidence for that. In fact, there are contrary evidence as far as one can see immediately. I mean, for example, the Americans have reinforced their bases in the Gulf over the past few years. In Yemen, there is it becomes, they framed it now as if it's a diplomatic challenge to them to have a peace in Yemen. But moreover, if we say that there is this pivot to Asia, it's important to realize that that will reinforces the position of the Gulf and the strategic thinking of the US, because the Gulf will become and is becoming more and more important to China and to East Asia. So the moment you go to East Asia, you cannot but think about the Gulf in this, in any strategy of containment for China. So I agree, the greater Middle East, yes, and we can see that the way they deal with Syria, with Lebanon, other countries. But the Gulf is, I think, should be distinguished from this kind of framework of analysis.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I agree. We did use the word variable engagement or disengagement, and they are being selective in areas where they engage very closely and in other areas where they do not engage that closely. But I'll come to you now. You raise your hand. You get the first.
Okay, thank you. I want to react directly to Asad and Dr. Bahjat. And on that note, I 100% agree with you. I don't see it as a wise thing or a reality to describe the American strategy in the Middle East as being withdrawal or even a pivoting for that reason. I mean, that word was used to describe Obama's maybe turning to Asia, but now focusing on China requires the Gulf in particular, the Arab Gulf and the Middle East to be part of the American new strategy in dealing with China and other competing powers. So I don't see, even the withdrawal from Afghanistan is not leaving the region. It is America a new strategy in dealing with the region, and that new strategy is not based neither on pivoting nor on withdrawing. And I think it's just a new calculation and new configuration on how to conduct yourself in the region, but the Gulf in particular is essential in the American strategy toward China. Now, on the note of the domestic challenges being the main or most important challenges, I do also 100% agree, and that's why I refer to the 5 great issues of legitimacy, security, identity, and governance, and development. And without dealing with these domestic issues, every foreign policy, by definition, is local. All regional and international relations are, by definition, local. They are a reaction, a response, an expansion and extension of domestic politics. Way out. 2 things in my mind, very quick. First, politics of inclusion. That's the reform.
Nice.
Without politics of inclusion, if we continue to practice the daily politics that we all attest to of exclusion, alienation, marginalization, favoritism, clientelism in the Arab world, then it's a recipe for failure. So politics of inclusion, and the second, a science-based policies, not personal-based policies. Thank you.
Role of think tanks, that is.
Yes.
You were moving your head, shaking your head sideways at times. So I give you the chance to respond to the questions before you get to your policy recommendations.
I'll combine
do.
them quickly. Three
Please do.
points to make.
Yeah.
First, I don't think there is a withdrawal from, a US withdrawal from the region. I think there is a pivot away from the region. And it's quite different, you know. I mean, the equities and the resources and the assets that the US has here in the region, in so many spheres, from security to economy to, you know, intelligence, they are not going to leave anytime soon, and they will not leave, you know. So, but there was a recently article that 80% of all National Security Council meetings in Obama's White House focused on the Middle East. In my opinion, today, 80% of all National Security Council meetings in the Biden administration focus on China. So you have, so priorities have changed, and when you have a humongous bureaucracy like the United States starting to pivot away from a region in terms of ordering, in terms of prioritization, it takes it a long time to start making that shift. But once it makes a shift, it's very hard to change its direction again. That shift has started with Obama, continued with Trump, and now it's gaining traction. But it doesn't mean it's leaving, but the prioritization of the region in our national security strategies, even in our deliberation as public, has really shifted, and in my opinion, is not going to change anytime soon. The second point, I think, on Yemen, I want to repeat something Perry Kamak said in the panel earlier today. It is many conflicts in Yemen, as you well know, more than anybody else. And that's the difficulty when I talked about the conflict system and this escalation versus de-escalation trend. One of the challenge is that this conflict system, whether it's in Libya or in Yemen or wherever, has these dimensions, the local dimension, the regional dimension, the international dimension. And until you find a framework to address all these dimensions at the same time, or sequencing it, or, you know, in different ways, it's going to be very hard. So we might have to come to realize that this is a chronic condition. This conflict condition that we have in the region might be a chronic condition. It doesn't mean that we cannot find opportunities to reduce tensions, to create understanding going forward, even in the midst of a chronic condition, but it might be the case given the kind of conflicts that we are dealing with. And the last point, the policy prescription is for the Middle East to start moving where other regions that have found themselves facing this kind of protracted conflict system move toward, which is a regional cooperation mechanism. And we are seeing that starting to happen in bilateral settings, in track 2 setting, in track 1. Principles are starting to be drafted of good neighborhood relations between countries. So I think that move also within the region is starting to happen. The question is how we can coordinate all these efforts at moving toward a regional coordination system, which basically will underpin a new regional order.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Said, I think the questions were addressed adequately, but we can, if you like, you could respond and move to the policy recommendations.
There were 3 points that was raised. One regarding the Arab Spring from my friend Bagat Qorani. I disagree with you. I said in my statement that the Arab Spring is still with us. It's not over yet, and its impact is there. And I disagree on the fact that we are back to the status quo before, because in Egypt, unemployment is less, inflation is less, and poverty is less, and a lot of things, you know, that it is anyway far away from the status quo. Number 2, regarding the issue of Yemen and the countries that's still in turmoil, my answer is the following: it's highly dependent on the Yemenis, the Syrians, and the Libyans, and those who are engaged in that. Nobody will get to the rescue. In cases of deep civil wars, you know, only the people in the country who decide how to come to an end. It won't have happened in Libya to reach the point of getting close to the election step without the cooperation between the different conflicting parties in Libya, who to a large extent did not come into a deep kind of a civil war. On the U.S. issue, and you know they are still in the Gulf, you know, that is a yes or no question, you know, because I have to count how many soldiers will be by the end of the year when the agreement with Iraq will be implemented. And here the will in the United States for our friends in the Gulf got to raise a lot of questions about it is, you know, using power, particularly the military one, needs a lot of will that I think it is not there. So now, ladies and gentlemen in the Arab world, look at the mirror, you are in your own. You are in your own in real terms. So either you raise, you know, the elements of power in your countries and the levels of cooperation among yourselves, I think we will be in bad trouble from our neighbors.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm glad there was some disagreement because we needed that. We needed debate. Please, Harith.
I have nothing to add to what had been said regarding the American position in the region. Yeah, the word withdrawal is not the right word to use. I agree with Randa's analysis. I will comment on the governance and domestic issues. I think the region desperately needs a new collaborative paradigm based on development. We know very well that the Middle East is lagging behind much of the world in terms of development parameters. And here I want to just highlight two main issues. The first is the idea of post-rentierism. There is a trend, there's almost a consensus that in the future, the world dependence on oil will decline. There will be a long-term decline of oil prices. And that probably in some countries are already adapting with this scenario, but other countries such as Iraq, which depend, like 95% of Iraqi governmental budget is based on oil, need to deal with this threat. The second is the shortage of water resources and climate change, which already putting more pressure on the shrinking resources of the government, provoking a new migration from the rural areas, from the countryside to the already depleted urban centers, which eventually will create more instability and probably violent threats to the state and to the
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think people will like us more if we ended very early, much earlier than planned, because we've given the subject what it deserves. But remains to thank everybody who stayed and focused their attention and listened and engaged. I want to thank the panelists one by one, Princess Ibtisam Al-Kidbi and her army of soldiers behind the scene who make it possible. So I want to thank in the usual way.
Thank you all. We'll take a break and come here back at 4:30. No, it's 4:30, yeah? No, 5:30 for the last panel. And I promise you it's only 1 hour, and then we will release you. We'll take a picture. السيدات والسادة، أرحب بكم مجدداً في الجلسة الأخيرة من جلسات ملتقى أبو ظبي الاستراتيجي، والتي تسلط الضوء على متغير متنام في المجال السياسي العربي وربما الشرق أوسطي. في السنوات الأخيرة، ونقصد أفول الإسلام السياسي، وعليه ستناقش هذه الجلسة هذه الظاهرة في 3 محاور رئيسة. المحور الأول سوف يركز على البحث في أسباب هذا الأفول وعوامله، والمحور الثاني يناقش تأثيرات هذا الأفول في الأيديولوجيات والجماعات الإسلامية. أما المحور الثالث فيركز على التداعيات السياسية والاجتماعية الأوسع لهذا التحول. ويسرنا أن نستضيف لمناقشة هذا الموضوع المهم الدكتور عبد الله السيد ولد أباه، أستاذ الفلسفة والدراسات الاجتماعية بجامعة نواكشوط بموريتانيا، والدكتور محمد المعزوز، الكاتب وعالم الأنثروبولوجيا من المغرب، وكلاهما يعد من الباحثين المتخصصين في الإسلام السياسي. في المحور الأول المتعلق بعوامل وأسباب انحسار الإسلام السياسي، من الواضح أن تيار الإسلام السياسي يشهد منذ بضعة أعوام تراجعاً ملحوظاً في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا، كما يتجلى في تراجع مكاسبه الانتخابية كما حصل في ليبيا عام 2014 وتركيا عام 2019 وتونس عام 2019 كذلك، والمغرب أخيراً، وكذلك أيضاً تراجع أسهمه الشعبية في تونس، فضلاً عن إطاحتهما عن الحكم بثورات شعبية كما حصل في مصر عام 2013 والسودان عام 2019. وهنا أوجه سؤالاً إلى كلا المتحدثين عن تفسيرهما لأسباب هذا التراجع الانتخابي والسياسي والعوامل التي أسهمت فيه، وهل من علاقة بين تراجع الإسلام السياسي والمآلات الكارثية التي انتهت إليها ما يعرف بثورات الربيع العربي التي كان فاعلاً رئيسياً فيها. وأبدأ بالدكتور عبد الله ولد أباه. دكتور عبد الله، ثمة من يرى أن تيار الإسلام السياسي ليس كتلة واحدة مصمتة، وأن هناك فروقات هائلة بين حركاته سواء على مستوى الخطاب أو على مستوى الممارسة، وبالتالي يجب عدم القفز إلى أحكام تعميمية وأخذ هذه الفروق في الاعتبار عند تقييم هذا التيار. هل تعتقد بالفعل أن هناك فروقاً جوهرية ضمن تيار الإسلام السياسي، وأن لكل بلد خصوصيته التي تجعل من تجربة الإسلام السياسي فيه ذات سمات معينة مميزة، وأن هذه الفروق تحول دون الوصول إلى تعميمات بشأن الإسلام السياسي ككل؟
أولاً أنا أبدأ بالشكر دكتورة على مشاركة في هذا المنتدى الذي رافقته من البداية، وأنا اليوم شديد الاعتزاز بما وصل إليه من تألق ونجاح. ثم أن هذا موضوع الإسلام السياسي اعتقادي أنه مطروح الآن راهنا في الساحة العربية بقوة، وما أشرت إليه من تراجع أو انحسار أو أفول حركات الإسلام السياسي سواء تعلق الأمر بالموازين الانتخابية أو بالأداء على مستوى الفاعلية على مستوى الشارع، وحتى في مستوى الخطاب الفكري، اعتقادي أنها حقائق ملموسة على الأرض. الإجابة على السؤال، أنا اعتقادي أن هناك اختلافات لا شك بين جماعات الإسلام السياسي في العالم العربي الإسلامي، ولكنها تلتقي في فكرتين أساسيتين تجمعان بين كل جماعات الإسلام السياسي. الفكرة الأولى هي فكرة الدولة الإسلامية، أي الفكرة التي ترى أن الإسلام دين ودولة. وأنا قلت مرة إن هذه الفكرة لم تبدأ إلا مع الإخوان المسلمين وحسن البنا، وأنها لم يسبق إليها في التقليد الإسلامي. ففكرة أدرجة الإسلام أي تحويله إلى مشروع سياسي، هذه هي الفكرة الأولى الجامعة بين جميع تيارات الإسلام السياسي رغم اختلافها في بعض الساحات بحسب المرجعيات وبحسب التجارب وحسب السياقات. الفكرة الثانية التي تلتقي فيها كل تيارات الإسلام السياسي مهما كانت هي ادعاء احتكار شرعية الدين الإسلامي، أي أنها تعتقد أنها تمثل المرجعية الإسلامية والشرعية الإسلامية، في حين أنها في قطيعة كاملة مع التقليد الإسلامي، إنها في حالة انشقاق ضمن التقليد الإسلام التراثي أو التاريخي. فهاتان الفكرتان تجمعان بين كل تيارات الإسلام السياسي، وإن كانت السياقات بطبيعة الحال تختلف من بلد إلى بلد.
شكرا دكتور محمد. ثمة من يقول أن التراجع الانتخابي والسياسي لحركات الإسلام السياسي في السنوات الأخيرة هو جزء من اللعبة الديمقراطية وتداول السلطة، وأن إقرار هذه الحركات والأحزاب بخسارتها الانتخابية وقبولها بالخروج من الحكم كما حصل في المغرب مؤخرا مثلا، إنما هو يحسب لمصلحة هذه الحركات من حيث أنها حسمت موقفها من الديمقراطية. فهل تعتقد فعلا أن الحركات الإسلامية تصالحت مع المستوى الفكري أو على المستوى الفكري مع فكرة الديمقراطية والتداول السلمي للسلطة؟ وهل كل تجارب الحركات الإسلامية تؤكد هذا الرأي؟ يعني هل وصلت في تطورها الأخير إلى هذه القناعات بعدم الإقصاء للآخرين والقبول بالتداول السلمي للسلطة؟
شكرا. أولا أتوجه بالشكر العميق لمركز الإمارات للسياسات الذي أتاح لي هذه الفرصة حتى أعبر عن بعض الأفكار المتعلقة بهذا الموضوع. أولا يجب أن ننتبه، هل لما نقول أفول الإسلام السياسي فهذا النعت فيه نوعا من العموم أو من التعميم. هناك أفول نعم على مستوى التنظيم، ولكن على مستوى الإيديولوجيا وعلى مستوى الفكرة لا زال الإسلام السياسي حاضرا وممتدا من أوروبا إلى الساحل الإفريقي وغرب إفريقيا، وسأتحدث عن هذا الموضوع في حينه. ما حدث في الانتخابات في المغرب وتونس وقبل في مصر، نعم هناك ردة فعل شعبية اجتماعية من طرف المجتمع، لأن الإسلام السياسي دبر السياسات العامة، دبر الحكم، ونظرا للإرث الثقيل على مستوى العجز الاقتصادي والتهلهل أو التفكك في البنيات الاجتماعية في المغرب وتونس ومصر إلى آخره، لم يكن حكم الإسلام السياسي يمتلك رؤية مستقبلية لإعطاء حلول لهذه الأزمات الاقتصادية والاجتماعية، وبالتالي يعتبر هذا العجز السبب الأول في نفور المجتمعات العربية أو الفرد العربي أحسن نفور من الإسلام السياسي. ولكن على مستوى الإيديولوجي نلاحظ في المستوى الثقافي على مستوى الإسلام التصوف في المغرب وكيف يتحرك التصوف في المغرب، التصوف في تونس، التصوف في مصر، التصوف في السودان، وفي كذلك اليمن نفسها. فهجرة التصوف يبقى تلك الحاضنة الكبرى لإمكان بلورة إسلام سياسي جديد يتجدد مع تغيير الظروف والسياقات. فلا بد أن أعطيكم بعض المعطيات مستقاة من الميدان، لأني كأنثروبولوجي أشتغل في الميدان أكثر ما أشتغل في الأنساق الفكرية الكبرى. لما حدث كوفيد-19، لما حدث جائحة كورونا، نلحظ على أن الدولة، تغول الدولة على حساب السياسة والمجتمع، تغول الدولة بفرضها باسم المصلحة العامة أو الصحة للجميع، فرضت الحجر على مجتمعاتها في أوروبا وفي العالم ككل. ماذا حدث في أوروبا؟ ذكاء الإسلام أو الإسلاميين السياسيين أنهم خلال الجائحة، وأعطيكم رقم، تم استقطاب أو لقاء ب2030 فرد عربي مسلم، خاصة من شمال إفريقيا، من أجل حشدهم وتعبئتهم بمقولات الأرض. وتم في هذا النسبة 31% تم إلحاقهم من هذه النسبة. هذا دليل على أن الإسلام السياسي كفكرة إيديولوجية لا زال حاضرا.
لم تجبني، هل حصل تحول فعلا في قبول بفكرة التداول السلمي للسلطة؟ هل خروجهم من سدة الحكم في هذه البلدان هو قبول بفكرة، أو هو ردة فعل جماهيرية؟ يعني يا ريت تجاوبني نعم أو لا.
نعم.
أو ردة فعل جماهيري لعجزهم عن تقديم حلول للأزمات الاقتصادية والاجتماعية.
أنا أعطيك بيان العدالة والتنمية في المغرب مثلا. بيان العدالة والتنمية في المغرب قال لما قدمت الأمانة العامة لهذا الحزب استقالتها لأنها فشلت، قالت لابد أن نؤمن بالتداول الديمقراطي. وهذا ما ردده بنكيران لما أعيد انتخابه، قال هذا الكلام. حزب النهضة قال هناك فشل ديمقراطي بسبب أخطاء ارتكبها حزب النهضة، وبالتالي قال لابد أن الغنوشي أن نعيد ترتيب الأوراق السياسية في حزب النهضة من أجل قفزة أخرى. أعطيك مثال في ليبيا.
نعم، لكي نستطيع أن نطوف على جميع المحاور.
نعم، أعطيك مثال لليبيا أخير. ليبيا أن الحزب الإسلامي قد تحول إلى جمعية في بيان أخير هذا أسبوع. تحول إلى أخير وقال أنه لابد أن يحدث مسافة ما بين تدبير الشيء العام وما بين فكرة الدعوة وممارسة الدعوة، وهذا بالنسبة له أفضل وأحسن من التنافس على السلطة. وهذا تقية، هذا تمويه ليس صحيحا في العمق.
شكرا دكتور عبد الله. هذا التراجع لحركات الإسلام السياسي، هل تعتقد أنه مسار خطي أو حتمي، أم أن هذه الجماعات فعلا قادرة على مراجعة تجربتها وإعادة تجديد وتطوير خطابها وممارستها التنظيمية والسياسية بما يمكنها من العودة إلى التقدم في السباقات الانتخابية والوصول إلى الحكم من جديد، أم أنها قد تتحول إلى حركات تشبه الحركات والأحزاب المسيحية الديمقراطية في أوروبا؟ هل سنشهد شيء من هذا القبيل؟
لا أعتقد. أنا لست متفائلا بخصوص هذا التحول. أنا اعتقادي أن إيديولوجيا الإسلام السياسي غير قابلة للتحول إلى الفكرة الليبرالية، وغير قابلة للتحول لاستيعاب المنظور الديمقراطي التعددي، لأن هذه الأطروحة الإيديولوجية التي بنيت عليها تيارات الإسلام السياسي هي تتمثل أساساً في أولا احتكار الشرعية الإسلامية، وثانيا في نمط من ممارسة الوصاية على المجتمع باسم الدين، ولذلك فهي غير قابلة لاستيعاب فكرة التعددية، وغير قابلة لاستيعاب الفكرة الليبرالية. ونحن عندنا تجارب واضحة. عندنا التجربة التي حدثت في إيران، وهي تجربة إيديولوجيا إسلام سياسي، عندما سيطرت الإيديولوجيا الخمينية على السلطة وأقصت كل الأحزاب والتيارات الليبرالية التي شاركت في الثورة الإيرانية. ما حدث في السودان سنة 89، ما حدث في مصر، الإخوان كان دورهم هامشيا في ثورة 2011، ولكنهم في نهاية المطاف أقصوا كل القوى المدنية والليبرالية التي وقفت معهم. ما حدث في تونس أيضا نفس الشيء. هذه حركة النهضة الإخوانية هي أيضا أقصت كل التيارات الليبرالية المهمة وتحالفت مع الفساد المالي والسياسي. فأنا اعتقادي أن ما نشهده هو أن تيارات الإسلام السياسي ستتفكك تنظيميا بدون شك، لأن التجربة الديمقراطية أضعفت هذه الأحزاب، أضعفتها انتخابيا وأضعفتها سياسيا، وكرست قطيعتها مع الشارع. هذا واضح تماما.
لكن هناك قول أن هناك تيار للشباب الأخوان المسلمين يعني يأخذ مسار آخر، أنه قد يأفل الإسلام السياسي في الشكل القديم ويظهر في شكل تيار جديد من شباب الإخوان. هل هذا الكلام؟
أنا رأيي أننا لو تابعنا تجربة الإخوان من الثلاثينات تحدث دائما انشقاقات في تاريخ الإخوان. الانشقاقات ليست جديدة، ولكن هذه الانشقاقات التي تقع إما أن تتحول بعض التيارات إلى الحركات الجهادية المسلحة الراديكالية، وهذا ما حدث، وهي كلها خرجت من الإخوان المسلمين، أو أن ينتقل بعض الأطراف التي كانت في هذه الحركات تنتقل إلى مرجعيات أخرى. ولكن لم نشهد من سنة 1928 أي تطور داخلي في جماعة الإخوان المسلمين لصالح قبول الدولة المدنية الليبرالية. لم تشهد أبدا، لم نشهد هذا الانتقال، وليس باعتقادي أنه سيتحقق. ولكن بدون شك تعيش هذه الحركات أزمات حادة داخليا، وهذه الأزمات ستتفاقم وتتصاعد، هذا بدون شك. ولكن هل ستفضي إلى نقلة إيجابية في إطار الخطاب الفكري والسياسي؟ اعتقادي وفي العلاقة بالقوى السياسية الأخرى أنا لست متفائلا بهذا الأمر أبدا.
هذا يقودني إلى سؤال للدكتور محمد، يعني هل فعلا أن المنطقة دخلت مسار أفول الأيديولوجيات الإسلامية كما شهدت سابقا أفول الأيديولوجيات القومية الاشتراكية؟ وهل يمكن لحركات الإسلام السياسي تجاوز أزماتها الفكرية والسياسية من خلال حل إشكالية العلاقة بين الدين والدولة الوطنية الحديثة؟ هل هذا ممكن يحدث؟
أعتقد أن هذا السؤال وجيه جدا وله شيء من الخطورة في نفس الوقت. الخطورة لكونه لابد أن نضعه في سياق ما أسميه بتغول الدولة، وقد تحدث هذه الأشياء. تغول الدولة وانفصالها عن المجتمع وتبلور فكرة الإسلام السياسي كبديل إيديولوجي وكبديل سياسي في المجتمع في ظل الفراغ. هو الفراغ السياسي هو أخطر شيء يقتل الدولة المدنية أو نشوء دولة مدنية حقيقية.
طيب هل هذا الفراغ تقلص وبالتالي هذا نتج عنه ضعف هذه الحركات؟ يعني هل نستطيع أن نقول أن هذا الفراغ تقلص بين الدولة والمجتمع المدني؟ صحيح كلام، هذا حدث في مصر، حدث تغول الحركات الإسلامية في ظل غياب الدولة عن هذه الفضاءات. لكن هل نستطيع القول أن الآن هذا الفضاء ضاق وبالتالي لا مكان للحركات الإسلامية؟ هل هذا هو السبب أم أن هناك نحن في سياق حركة فكرية مجتمعية تعم الإقليم. هناك ولهذا تأثير سواء في السياقات الثقافية، في السياقات الفكرية، في السياقات الاجتماعية نفسها، وهذا أيضا لتأثير على تراجع أو أفول الأيديولوجية الإسلامية.
أنا أتفق معك، وما أثر على هذا التراجع التنظيمي، أشدد التراجع التنظيمي هو اللا-يقين، incertitude، اللا-يقين. أصبحت المجتمعات العربية تعيش مرحلة اللا-يقين والخوف من المستقبل، وبالتالي أن هذا اللا-يقين أنتج جيل جديد من الإسلاميين السياسيين، وهذا الجيل الجديد في إطار صراع إيديولوجي كما ذكرت ما بين قطبين كبيرين في أجهزة الإخوة المسلمين، وهما الصراع ما بين محمود حسين في إطار كونه مرشد، والصراع ما بين منير إبراهيم الذي أكد على تغيير الإيديولوجيا، والآن يذهب أو ينحو منحى تفتيت الإخوان أو المنظومة الدولية للإخوان المسلمين إلى تفتيتها. والصراع موجود بينهما صراع ما بين لندن وما بين تركيا، لأن منير موجود في تركيا والآخر في صراع لندن. إذن صراع بين فكرتين جديدتين، ومنير مدعوم من طرف الشباب داخل إخوان المسلمين لتحديد نقلة في الفكرة الإخوانية العالمية، وهذا ما ظهر من بعدين حول فصل الدعوة عن السياسة، كما ظهر مع حزب النهضة، كما ظهر مع حزب العدالة والتنمية وليبيا أخيرا. إذن نحن أمام سياق فكري متحول ومختلف. هذا السياق الفكري قد استوعبه الجيل الجديد من إخوان المسلمين.
أشكرك. دكتور عبد الله، ما تموضع قوى الإسلام السياسي ضمن السياسة الإقليمية؟ هل تعتقد أن هذه القوى خرجت من اللعبة الإقليمية مع تقدم حالة المصالحة بين الإقليمية المتصارعة بين تركيا وقطر من ناحية، والسعودية ومصر والإمارات من ناحية أخرى؟ وهل تعتقد أن الولايات المتحدة لا تزال تراهن على حركات الإسلام السياسي وتراها بديلاً سياسياً محتملاً لأنظمة الحكم في المنطقة؟
طبعا نحن لرصد هذا التوجه عندنا بعض المؤشرات البارزة. استمعنا اليوم إلى الحلقة حول تركيا، ومن الواضح أن هناك توجه في تركيا، توجه براغماتي للتصالح مع الدول الإقليمية الكبرى في المنطقة العربية، وبدون شك هذا التوجه لا بد أن يكون ثمنه هو التخلي عن هذا الحلف الذي كان قويا مع جماعة الإسلام السياسي. فالحاضن الإقليمي الأكبر لجماعة الإسلام السياسي هو بدون شك تركيا، وبتراجع هذا الدور التركي في حماية الإسلام السياسي الذي هو كان ضروريا، لأن تركيا وصلت إلى مأزق مسدود في احتضانها جماعة الإسلام السياسي، وكان ثمنه عاليا على المستوى الاقتصادي والسياسي. هذا مؤشر واضح. المؤشر الثاني هو أن خارطة انتشار جماعة الإسلامية في المنطقة تتقلص. ما حدث في تونس، ما حدث في المغرب في الأشهر الأخيرة هو مؤشر واضح على هذا التراجع الذي بدون شك أيضا سينعكس على الأجندة الإقليمية وعلى التوجهات الدبلوماسية الإقليمية والدولية. هذه حقائق ملموسة على الأرض. طبعا نحن مع الإدارة الأمريكية الجديدة هناك بعض الأصوات بدون شك التي تراهن ولا تزال تراهن على نمط من الدور لجماعة الإسلام السياسي في عملية التحول، ما يسمى بعملية التحول الديمقراطي. وهذه الفكرة قديمة على كل في الأجندة الأمريكية، ولكنها برزت بقوة في إدارة أوباما، وكانت إدارة ترامب قد وضعت حدا لها. هناك بعض الأصوات الآن التي نقرأها بصفة واضحة ومؤثرة في الكونغرس الأمريكي، ولكن اعتقادي أن تسويق مشروع الإسلام السياسي إقليميا اليوم أصبح صعبا للغاية، وأصبحت تكلفته غالية جدا. وأنا لا أرى أن هذا المسار سيفضي إلى نتيجة في المستقبل أبدا.
وطبعا كانت القول دائما أن بسبب إقصاء هذه الحركات، عدم إعطائها فرصة، وصنفت على أنها إسلام معتدل. يعني هذه كانت الفكرة في أمريكا، أن مجابهة الإسلام الراديكالي بالإسلام المعتدل، واللي هو يندرج تحته حركة الإخوان المسلمين، اللي قدمت نفسها على أنها إسلام معتدل. وربما ما حدث في المنطقة، أنا لا أعتقد أن هذه الأصوات سيكون لها، يعني هذا رأيي الشخصي، تأثير مثل ما كان لها تأثير في إدارة أوباما، خصوصا مع فشل هذه الحركات ومع ظهور سلوكها الإقصائي لباقي التوجهات والحركات في المجتمع. دكتور محمد، عند الحديث عن الإسلام السياسي دائما يتم التركيز على الإسلام السني، يعني ولكن ماذا عن الإسلام السياسي الشيعي؟ ممثلا مثلا بالجمهورية الإسلامية الإيرانية، بالأحزاب الإسلامية الشيعية في العراق، حزب الله في لبنان، جماعة الحوثي في اليمن. هل هي تعاني من أزمة؟ هل تنطبق عليها فكرة الأصول أيضا أو لا تنطبق؟ يعني إحنا كلامنا هذا هل فقط ينسحب على حركات الإسلام السني، بينما حركات الإسلام الشيعي لا تدخل في هذا الإطار؟
نعم، في الحقيقة أن هناك حديث الآن ومعروف على أن الإسلام السياسي والتطرف العنيف هو مزدهر لدى الإسلام السني أكثر من الديانات الأخرى. وأعتقد هذا الأمر خطأ، لأن هناك إعلامية قوية إيرانية قد اشتغلت على مستوى التواصل الاجتماعي، وقد جندت باحثين في هذا الموضوع، ومنهم باحثين سنيين في إطار الفساد، وقد روجوا لفكرة أن الإسلام السني هو أكثر عنفاً وتطرفاً من الإسلام الشيعي، والشيعة يعني بمستوياتها المختلفة، وهذا خطأ. التطرف العنيف أو الإسلام السياسي كل من ارتبط بفكرة الخلافة والتطبيق الحدي للشريعة وربط الدولة بالدين يدخل في إطار الإسلام السياسي، كان شيعيا أو كان سنيا. والشيعة من أكثر المتشددين في خطاب ربط ما يسمى بالدولة الدينية والعنف من خلال بطبيعة الحال علاقتها بجيرانها في المحيط، تهديد السنة.
لكن أنا أتكلم عن النفوذ. يعني أشرتم إلى أن تركيا كانت الحاضنة جماعة الإسلام السياسي السني، وأنها في إطار تصالحاتها مع المنطقة نحت جانبا هذه الورقة أو حيدتها. لكن الحاضنة لجماعات الإسلام السياسي الشيعي هي إيران.
يا إيران طبعا،
وما زالت لم تنحي هذه الورقة جانبا حتى في إطار تصالحاتها مع دول المنطقة. يعني احنا نتكلم عن أفول فكري وعن أفول حركي.
نعم. عندي ملاحظة مختصرة في الموضوع. نحن معنا هنا باحث كبير في هذا الموضوع استمعنا له هذا الصباح، وهو ولي نصر.
نعم.
ودرس هي حركة الإحياء ريفاليسم الشيعية. والخطر، أنا أظن الخطر أكبر في الإيديولوجيا الإسلام السياسي الشيعية، وإن كان كل فيه نمط من إفساد التقليد الإسلامي سواء السني أو عند الشيعة. ولكن فيما يتعلق بالإسلام الشيعي ما حدث هو أن هذه الفكرة الإسلام الشيعي لم يكن التقليد، لم يكن ينتج فكرة الدولة الإسلامية الشرعية. هذا الأفق، أفق الانتظار اللي سماها داريوش شايغان، هو مفكر إيراني كبير، كتب عن مفهوم الثورة الإسلامية وبين أن أخطر ما فعلته الخمينية هو أنها حولت هذا مفهوم الأفق المطلق، العدالة المطلقة الذي هو مفهوم ميسياني ميثولوجي إلى حد ما، حولته إلى نمط من إدارة المسألة السياسية. وهذا وقع بتأثير من الإخوان المسلمين. الخميني تأثر بفكر الإخوان المسلمين. الخامنئي المرشد الآن الحالي هو مترجم سيد قطب إلى اللغة الفارسية. والخطر هنا أن جماعة الإسلام السياسي الشيعية تحولت إلى ميليشيات مسلحة، ليست فقط أحزاب دينية ولكن أحزاب دينية مقاتلة. وهذا ما يلمسه تجربة حزب الله التي بدأت تعمم الآن في كل منطقة، الحوثيين، الحشد الشعبي في العراق إلى آخره. فأنا اعتقادي أن الإسلام السني السياسي السني والإسلام السياسي الشيعي يسطران من مشكاة واحدة، وأنهما من ناحية التفكير والإيديولوجيا لا تختلفان، وأن الإسلام السني كان عنده السياسي السني كانت عنده حاضنة دولة إقليمية كبرى هي تركيا، والإسلام السياسي الشيعي أيضا عنده دولة إقليمية كبرى حاضنة هي إيران، والمنطقة العربية هي التي تدفع الثمن الغالي لهذا التغول الإيديولوجي سواء يتعلق بالإسلام السياسي السني أو الإسلام السياسي الشيعي.
هناك من يقول أن أيضا السعودية هي حاضنة للإسلام السياسي.
أنا لا أعتقد أن السعودية الآن، مواقف الآن،
هناك من يتهم.
لا أعتقد هذه الآراء، اعتقادي أن كثيرة في الكتب الغربية والإيديولوجيات الغربية والصحافة الغربية، ولكن السعودية اليوم معروف أنها جرمت الإخوان المسلمين واعتبرتهم جماعة إرهابية، والسعودية الآن تشهد حركة إصلاحية كبرى وحركة تحديثية كبرى، وأنا اعتقادي أنها تجربة رائدة في محاربة التعصب الديني والتطرف الديني، ولا يمكن أبدا أن نعتها بأنها راعية الإسلام السياسي السني أبدا.
المفارقة أن الدول الإقليمية أو دول الجوار كما نسميها في العالم العربي هي من تمتلك أوراق الإسلام السياسي سواء بشقيه السني أو الشيعي، وأوراق مؤثرة في هذا الإقليم. أنتقل إلى المحور الثاني من جلستنا هذا، والمتعلق باستشراف التأثيرات على الأيديولوجيات والجماعات السياسية. وهنا سؤالي لك دكتور عبد الله. ربط كثيرون بين تراجع الحضور الانتخابي والسياسي لحركات الإسلام السياسي وعودة نشاط تنظيم الدولة داعش، وحتى عودة حركة طالبان أيضا إلى الحكم في أفغانستان. يعني هل برأيك يوجد حركة عكسية بمعنى بين التيارين، يعني يتراجع على مستوى الحركة الأيديولوجيا ولكن على مستوى الحركة يقوى في ضمن تيارات متشددة؟ وهل هناك خطر من أن تراجع الإسلام السياسي قد يفسح المجال للإسلام الجهادي؟ وأنت كيف تنظر إلى واقع الإسلام الجهادي ومستقبله في المنطقة؟
أنا اعتقادي أن هذا موضوع فعلا مطروح بحده في الوقت الراهن. تجربة أفغانستان نذير خطر كبير في المنطقة. دولة داعش صحيح أنها هزمت بجهد كبير، ولكن بقيت بعض خلاياها موجودة، وهي الآن تتمدد بقوة إلى منطقة الساحل الإفريقي، يعني من مالي إلى نيجيريا، وأصبحت عندها إمارات سموها إمارات ثابتة، إمارات أو سلطنات ثابتة وموجودة. ما علاقة هذا بتراجع الإسلام السياسي؟ هل تراجع الإسلام السياسي ينتج عنه فراغ تسده هذه الجماعات الجهادية الراديكالية؟ أنا اعتقادي أولا أن هناك خيوط مشتركة بين التجربتين. دولة طالبان الأولى والثانية ما زلنا نتحدث عنها وجماعة داعش إنما هي صياغات لنمط من السلفية. هناك السلفية الشرعية، نقول الشرعية يعني السلفية المسالمة، هناك السلفية الراديكالية المقاتلة. وقع بداية من الخمسينات والستينات نمط من التداخل بين خطاب الإسلام السياسي وهذه السلفيات المتشددة، وما نلمسه في تحول القاعدة ثم طالبان ثم داعش إلى آخره هو أن بعض أفكار الإسلام السياسي تمت صياغتها في قوالب سلفية راديكالية، وهذا ما أنتج الحركات الجهادية بمفهوم معاصر العبارة. تتمدد هذه الحركات، تبرز بقوتين، وهي تستفيد من حالة الفراغ السياسي الاجتماعي في البلدان أكثر مما تستفيد من ما يمكن أن نسميه تراجع الإسلام السياسي. أنا اعتقادي أن هذه الحالات هي حالات مرتبطة بواقع اجتماعي سياسي في منطقة، وحركات الإسلام السياسي تشكل نمطا من الرافد الإيديولوجي لهذه الجماعات المتشددة
يعني ليست من باب ملء الفراغ تراجع هذا.
أنا رأيي أنها من جهة تسد فراغ، ولكنها من جهة ثانية أيضا تستقي كثير من مفاهيمها وأدواتها النظرية والسياسية من حركات الإسلام السياسي.
تعطيني تعليق سريع في عجالة عشان أسألك سؤال ثاني.
نعم، في هذه النقطة بالضبط لابد أن نؤكد أن هناك هجرة للإسلام السياسي من المحيط، يعني من البحر الأحمر عبر المرور بالصومال وإثيوبيا والسودان إلى الحدود الجزائرية في جبال الشعباني وجبال السلو، وهناك 26 تنظيم للإسلام السياسي الجديد. والتنظيم الأول سألخصه في بعض التنظيمات كبرى. التنظيم الأول يتمركز في النيجر وفي مالي وبوركينا فاسو، والذي يتحكم فيه هو عدنان أبو الوليد الصحراوي الذي أسس تنظيما اسمه تنظيم الدولي في الصحراء الكبرى. والتنظيم الثاني نصرة الإسلام والمسلمين لإياد أغلغالي الذي يؤكد على التطرف العنيف وعلى العنف مباشرة. ثم هناك تنظيم بوكو حرام المعروف في نيجيريا. وأؤكد على أنه خلال هذه الجائحة تمت 1800 ضربة حدثت في هذه المناطق، وهدفها، وهنا تطور الفكرة السياسية والاستراتيجية للإسلام السياسي، هدفهم السيطرة على مضيقين في إفريقيا لهم علاقة بأوروبا: مضيق المندف في الصومال، هناك في حدود الصومال ومصر، ونعم، ومضيق آخر خطير جدا في الموزمبيق ويسمى في الجيو-استراتيجي الآن بالجنوب الأطلسي.
نعم، وهذا يؤكد أن تراجع على المستوى الأيديولوجي أيضا ينتج فراغ، بالإضافة طبعا إلى ما نستطيع أن نعزوه إلى هذا السبب. هذه الدول فيها إشكاليات من الفقر وعدم الحوكمة وأشياء أخرى كثيرة تسمح بتوالد مثل هذه الجماعات ونموها. طيب. دكتور عبد الله، ما تأثير هذا التراجع للجماعات الإسلامية في المؤسسات الدينية التقليدية مثل الأزهر، مجامع العلماء، هيئات الأوقاف الرسمية؟ هل سيؤدي إلى تنامي دور في هذه المؤسسات، إعادة الاعتبار لها في توجيه الخطاب الديني؟ وما هو المطلوب من هذه المؤسسات لإصلاح نفسها وتعزيز مصداقيتها في المجتمعات العربية والمسلمة؟
هذا السؤال محوري، وأنا اعتقادي أنه يمكن أن يوزع إلى 3 مستويات باختصار. المستوى الأول هو أن خطاب الإسلام السياسي هو انشقاق داخل التقليد الإسلامي. هذا أول ملاحظة يجب أن نلاحظها، هو أنها قطيعة مع الموروث التقليدي الإسلامي، لأن الموروث التقليدي الإسلامي ليست فيه فكرة المشروع السياسي الإسلامي. هاي المستوى الأول. المستوى الثاني وهو مستوى خطير، وهو أن جماعات الإسلام السياسي وبصفة خاصة المدرسة الإخوانية استطاعت أن تهيمن وتسيطر على الخطاب الإسلامي المشترك، وهذا خطير إلى أقصى حد، بحيث أنه أصبح من الصعب غربلة هذا الخطاب الإسلامي السائد لأن الإخوان المسلمين ومدرسة الإخوانية بصفة خاصة سلطت قبضتها على الخطاب الإسلامي المشترك، الخطاب للفضائيات، الخطاب اللي في الإعلام، الخطاب اللي في الدعوة إلى آخره. المسألة الثالثة وهي المهمة، وهي أن هناك المؤسسة الدينية التقليدية أصبحت ضعيفة للغاية. المؤسسة الإسلامية الدينية التقليدية أصبحت ضعيفة للغاية، وأصبحت قبضتها ضعيفة على الحقل الديني. هذا في أغلب البلدان الإسلامية اليوم، ومن هنا صعوبة، مع أنها مخترقة أيضا من جماعة الإسلام السياسي، ومن هنا صعوبة بناء خطاب إسلامي جديد، أو حسب عبارة صديقنا رضوان السيد سردية إسلامية جديدة، رغم أن هناك محاولات مهمة للغاية من أجل إعادة دفع المشروع الإصلاحي الحداثي في الإسلام. هناك مجهودات مهمة، بعضها هنا في الإمارات، سواء عند منتدى تعزيز السلم أو مجلس حكماء المسلمين، بعضها أيضا في السعودية عند رابطة العالم الإسلامي، بعضها أيضا في المغرب في جمعية كبار العلماء أو في وزارة الأوقاف. هناك محاولة لبناء سردية إسلامية جديدة متصالحة مع العالم ومتصالحة مع الدول الوطنية، ولكن المؤسسة الدينية التقليدية اعتقادي أنها أصبحت اليوم في وضع لا يخولها أن تواجه هذا المد الراديكالي الإسلامي.
ننتقل إلى المحور الثالث والأخير، وهو المتعلق بالتداعيات السياسية والاجتماعية لأفول الإسلام السياسي. دكتور محمد، هل تعتقد أن قوى المجتمع المدني والأهلي يمكن أن تشكل بديلاً ناجحاً للأحزاب الإسلامية؟ وفي حال فشل هذه القوى في تقديم البديل الناجح وملء الفراغ، هل ستكون مجتمعاتنا العربية على موعد مع الإسلام السياسي مجدداً؟ يعني هل هي، خلينا نقول أن حركة تاريخ يعني تمر مثل الدول، تمر باضمحلال ثم تعود مرة أخرى مثل الحركة الدائرية للتاريخ؟
نعم، سؤالك يدخل فيما يطلق عليه في العلوم السياسية اليوم بالوسيط، الوسيط ما بين الدولة والمجتمع. بالتالي يعتبر المجتمع المدني والأحزاب السياسية والنقابات والمثقفين هم الوسطاء ما بين الدولة والمجتمع من أجل تقوية الدولة الوطنية والقطع الطريق على الإسلام السياسي وكل ما يتعلق بالتطرف. وضعنا الآن في البلاد العربية للأسف، ولا أريد أن أتحدث عن إحصاء، أن هناك كثير من هيئات المجتمع المدني لا تقوم بأدوارها، وبالتالي تماهي هيئات المجتمع المدني مع أدوار الدولة، وهذه خطيرة. التماهي مع أدوار الدولة أو لعب أدوار الدولة يفقد المجتمع المدني من صفة كونه مدنيا. النقطة الأولى. الأسف الشديد كذلك أن الثقافة على مستوى الفكر والإبداع، ليس هناك مثقف جريء الآن في البلاد العربية، أنا أتحدث بصفة عامة، الذي يمارس ما يسمى بنقد الدولة، وهذا ما أشتغل عليه في كتاب اللغة الفرنسية حول أدوار جديدة للدولة. النتيجة لهذه الأشياء في هذه الحالة التي نعيشها، غياب أحزاب سياسية حقيقية في البلاد العربية، غياب هيئات مجتمع مدني للأسف، غياب وسيط ثقافي بلغة جرامشي يعني وظيفي في المجتمع. أنا أخاف جدا من أن تعاد فكرة المجتمع أو عفوا الإسلام السياسي تعاد من جديد، وهذا ما يتنبه إليه بالقول أن في 2030 سيقع بيج بانج سياسي مهول ومرعب في البلاد العربية إذا لم تنتبه الدولة إلى تجديد أدوارها من خلال عقد اجتماعي جديد مع المجتمع والمصالحة مع المجتمع. بدون هذه الأشياء أكرر وأختم سيكون هناك فراغا سياسيا، والطبيعة تخشى الفراغ، وهذا الفراغ سيملأه الإسلام السياسي.
شكرا. دكتور عبد الله، أختم معك بهذا السؤال قبل أن نأخذ الأسئلة من القاعة. ما تأثير تراجع الإسلام السياسي على الدولة الوطنية العربية وعلى أنظمة الحكم فيها؟ هل سيؤدي إلى تعزيز شرعية الدولة الوطنية، تراجع المهددات لها، وما طبيعة وهوية وشكل القوى التي ستملأ هذا الفراغ الناجم عن إخفاق قوى وأحزاب الإسلام السياسي؟
أنا اعتقادي أن الإجابة على هذا السؤال تقتضي أن نرى اليوم معضلتين كبيرتين. المعضلة الأولى أن محاولات التي تمت من أجل عقد ليبرالي جديد في العالم العربي فشلت نتيجة لهذا الدور السلبي الذي لعبته جماعات الإسلام السياسي التي اختطفت الحياة السياسية وقضت على المجتمع المدني وعلى القوة المدنية التي كانت تحمل المشروع الليبرالي. هذا الانفصام بين الليبرالية وبين القوة الانتخابية ولد مأزق كبير في الساحة العربية، ولذلك أصبح اليوم المطلب الأول هو حماية وتحصين هذه الدولة الوطنية. هذه الدولة الوطنية التي كنا نعتبرها دولة غير مشروعة ونسميها دولة التجزئة أو دولة القطرية إلى آخره، أصبح من الضروري اليوم أن نسعى إلى حمايتها وتوطيدها عربيا، خصوصا أن الساحة العربية تشهد اليوم انهيار وتفكك عدد كبير من الدول العربية. هذا المأزق الأول. المأزق الثاني الذي نلمسه اليوم راهنا أن هذه المنطقة أصبحت مكشوفة للتدخل الخارجي. الأمن ما كان يسمى بالأمن القومي العربي أصبح اليوم مهددا باختراق القوى الإقليمية غير العربية التي تتحرك باسم الإسلام السياسي، أي أن هذا الإسلام السياسي أصبح معولا لهدم الدولة الوطنية من الداخل، وهذا أيضا ظاهرة واضحة وجلية للعيان. فلكي نقول كلمة مختصرة، أنا اعتقادي أن المستقبل يجب أن يكون لحماية وتحصين الصف الوطني وحماية الدولة الوطنية. لا بد من حماية الدولة الوطنية ولا بد من تقوية نسيجها المؤسسي والمجتمعي الداخلي حتى يمكن أن تستوعب صدمة التحول والإصلاح السياسي المنشود.
للأسف هو طبعا يستخدم في المشاريع الجيوسياسية الإقليمية سواء بشقيه السنية أو الشيعي كمعول هدم لفعلا القضاء على الدولة الوطنية في المنطقة العربية. نأخذ الآن 3 أسئلة لدينا ونحاول ننتهي في الوقت المحدد. دكتور علي الخشيبان. دكتور علي الخشيبان. علي الخشيبان.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا لك دكتورة وشكرا للمتحدثين. الحقيقة أنه يعني الدكتور محمد والدكتور عبد الله أثاروا لدينا يعني تساؤلات كثيرة، ولكن قبل أن أدخل إلى هذه التساؤلات أريد أن أعلق على ما ذكرته الدكتورة أن هناك اتهام يعني يطول إطار المملكة العربية السعودية. المملكة العربية السعودية هي بلد يعني ملكية
وطوال تاريخها هي بلد الإسلام، ولذلك ليس من يعني من روج لهذه الفكرة. نحن ندرك من يعني روج لهذه الفكرة وحاول أن يزرعها في الإعلام العالمي عبر وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي. وإلا المملكة العربية السعودية هي بلد الحرمين، وأعرفك دكتورة أنك تدركين هذا، ولكن يعني السؤال جميل والاستفسار جميل وإيضاح الفكرة ووجهة النظر أجمل أيضا. السؤال يعني يبدو أنه هناك في التحليل اللي ذكره الدكتور محمد غياب لدور المجتمع، فكلا الأنظمة السياسية وأيضا جماعات الإسلام السياسي كلها جذورها تغوص في المجتمع. فلذلك سؤالي أيهما أقوى سيكون مستقبلا في إرواء نفسه والنبت من جديد؟ السؤال الثاني، هناك طرح اليوم يدار بأنه الإسلام السياسي سيختفي ولكن سيظهر الإسلام الجهادي، ما حقيقة هذه الفكرة؟ شكرا.
دكتور بهجت قرني. بهجت قرني. Yes. Where's بهجت قرني, please?
لا مش شغال.
لا اعتقد ما تضغط هنا. طيب يا دكتور بهجت, it's not red. Okay. I'll move to أسعد الشملان and come back to you. أسعد الشملان.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور ابتسام، وأشكر المتحدثين على هذا الطرح المثري حقيقة الأمر. أنا أرغب فقط أن في نقطة يبدو لي رئيسية. هناك كتاب مرجعي عن الإسلام السياسي يعرفه جميع الباحثين في هذا المجال، وهو لريتشارد ميتشل على جماعة الإخوان المسلمين. بس لماذا طرأ على ذهني كتاب ميتشل؟ لأنه في ذلك الكتاب هو عمله عن الإخوان المسلمين في الفترة من 28 إلى 54، لكن أصدره في عام 1969. وفي المقدمة تكلم ويعتذر القارئ، يقول أنا بتكلم على توجه كان سائدا وأفل، وأنه جاء بعده التيار القومي الذي استقطب جماعاته، فهو كان يتكلم عن شيء آفل. طبعا في غضون سنوات بعد 69 نجد أنه ارتفاع هذا التيار. سؤالي إذا كان، وهذا يعني يعطينا شوي بعض المحذور في الموضوع، لكن لو سلمنا جدلا أنه في الأفول هذا، وأنا ما عندي الحقيقة مشكلة، أعتقد أنه في كثير من المؤشرات والدلائل، وحتى الكلام نفسه ليس جديدا، مسألة الأفول الإسلاموية إلى آخره. لكن ما الذي صعد؟ يعني ميتشل قال لك أنه صعد التيار القومي الناصري إلى آخره وأخذ جماهير الإخوان المسلمين. طيب ما الذي صعد الآن، أو تشوفونه هو الذي صعد، الذي يعني عنده القدرة على التعبئة واكتساب كما يقال القلوب والأفئدة، إن كان هذا موجود؟ ملاحظة بس سريعة الآن بالنسبة نتكلم على الحركات الإسلامية والإسلام السياسي. يعني الفكرة يبدو لي الأساسية بالنسبة لهم هي التالية. هو يبدأ الحقيقة النقطة المنهجية أنه من فكرة غياب الإسلام الحقيقي عن واقع المسلمين. يعني علي أمليل ذكرها يعمل تفرقة ما بين الإسلام المعياري والإسلام الاجتماعي، وأنه الحلول هو في أن المسلمون يرجعون إلى الإسلام الحقيقي بعيداً عما يفهمونه من الممارسة الموجودة. طيب هذا الكلام يقوله كل شيخ ما في شك. الفارق في الإسلام السياسي والإخوان المسلمين أنهم اقترحوا أن يتم هذا من خلال تنظيم. فالتنظيم مثل ما يعني اللي أشار الدكتور عزيز، كأنه الرافعة الاجتماعية اللي تأخذ المجتمع من فكرة أنه سبب مشاكله غياب الإسلام الحقيقي، ويعيد صياغة هذا وهنا تتجاوز المشاكل الموجودة. السؤال هو هل وصلنا فعلا الآن على الصعيد العام أن الناس عندما تجابه مشكلة اقتصادية أو مشكلة حتى تدخلات أجنبية مثل ما تفضل الدكتور عبد الله أو غيرها من التحديات، ألا نجد أنه إلى الآن الحديث أنه هذا بسبب عدم الفهم الحقيقي للإسلام، وأنه لو فهمنا الإسلام بصورته الصحيحة
شكرا دكتور
لتجاوزناها. بس هذا يرجعنا لخطاب الإسلام السياسي.
أشكرك دكتور سعد. دكتور بهجت قرني. دكتور بهجت قرني. Here please.
خلاص كويس كده. أنا هتكلم بالعربية وهقول نتائج بحث ميداني مرتبطة بمستقبل الإسلام السياسي. أولاً يعني نقطتين لضيق الوقت، إن الإسلام السياسي وفشله كان ممكن التنبؤ به، يعني ليس جديد، ليس غير متوقع لأسباب مختلفة. إنما النقطة الهامة، وهنا الدكتور محمد كان دقيق في كلامه، إن ما سماه الأيديولوجيا وما نسميه نحن الإسلام الاجتماعي قوي جدا وعايش خاصة في قطاعات الثقافة والصحة. دروس خصوصية بينظمها الإسلام الاجتماعي وعيادات، وبالتالي الأساس الشعبي للإسلام السياسي موجود وممكن يوصل للحكم يا إما في معارضة قوية أو في ائتلاف سياسي. السؤال بقى اللي أتوجهه للدكتور عبد الله والدكتور محمد، إذا لم يستطع الإسلام السياسي كما قالت الدكتورة ابتسام إنه يبقى زي المسيحيين الديمقراطيين في أوروبا، ما هو شكل الإسلام السياسي الجديد الذي سيعمل بالسياسة؟ شكراً.
شكرا لك دكتور بهجت. وانا يعني اعتقد ان الاسلام الاجتماعي اللي يقصد به دكتور بهجت هو غياب الدوله عن مجال الفضاء الاجتماعي من خدمات اجتماعيه، يعني حيث تكلمنا عن انه يحل ما زال هذا موجود لان الدوله غير حاضره في هذه المجالات، وهذا ايضا المجال الذي من خلاله يتم تجنيد الكوادر للجماعة الإسلامية. لدينا 5 دقائق أقسمها بينكم.
خلاص.
2.5 دقيقة.
خلاص.
تفضل دكتور.
أنا سأحاول أن أجيب على سؤالين مهمين. أولاً، الآن ما هي الموجة المهيمنة على الشارع العربي بعد انهيار الإسلام السياسي وأفول الإسلام السياسي، وخصوصاً أيضاً بعد تراجع وانتكاسة المشروع القومي العربي الذي كان يشكل في مرحلة معينة بديل عن الإسلام السياسي. أنا اعتقادي أن ما نعيشه راهناً وسيكون خطيراً للغاية هو نمط من التأليف بين الإسلام السياسي الإخواني، أي المدرسة الإخوانية، ليس مهم أن يكون دون تنظيم معين، وبين نمط من السلفيات الراديكالية العنيفة. وهذه التوليفة هي الخطر الذي يتهدد اليوم الأمن الوطني والأمن الديني والثقافي في المجتمعات العربية. السؤال الثاني الذي أرجع عنه صديقي بهجت يسأل: طيب ما هو مصير هذا الإسلام السياسي إذا لم يتحول كما قالت الدكتورة إلى نمط من الحركات الليبرالية الدينية؟ أنا اعتقادي أننا راهنا كثيرا على هذا التحول، وكنا نعتقد أن موجة الربيع العربي قد تفضي إليه، خصوصا أن بعض الصياغات التي تمت في السنوات الأخيرة قبل الربيع العربي أعطتنا وهم أن هناك نقلة ليبرالية في خطاب الإسلام السياسي، ولكن التجارب العينية على الأرض احنا كنا نعتقد أن تونس فيها تجربة هي أكثر تجربة نضج في الإسلام السياسي، ولكن التجربة التي في تونس أثبتت أن حركات الإسلام السياسي قد تستعد في مرحلة معينة إلى تبني خطاب ليبرالي تكتيكي، ولكنها عندما تصل إلى السلطة فإن الممارسة نفسها لا تتغير. وهذا هو معنى أنني لا أتفائل في تحول إيجابي للإسلام السياسي إلى منظور ليبرالي.
شكرا دكتور محمد.
سأجمع سؤالين في 3 إشارات. الأولى، ينبغي أن ننتبه اليوم على أن ما يسمى باليمين المتطرف في الغرب بشكل من الأشكال وبطريقة مباشرة يستفز الإسلام السياسي بالكمون حتى يتحقق في صياغ جديدة أكثر عنف وأكثر تطرف. ولاحظوا معي الآن الانتخابات في فرنسا، ما يسمى بإريك زامور الذي أصبح ظاهرة، كيف يتحدث أو كيف يخلط بين العرب والإسلام والإسلام السياسي. وأنا الآن أشتغل في 420 فيديو. هذه الفيديوهات خطاب أوروبي واسع من طرف الشباب ضد الإسلام والمسلمين وخلطهم في إطار الإسلام السياسي، وكذلك ردود فعل من الجيل الرابع في أوروبا من مغاربة شمال إفريقيا، كيف يردون على التطرف، كيف يردون على اليمين المتطرف. هناك حالة تشكل كراهية جديدة. تشكل هذه الكراهية جديدة ما يخيفنا منها كما قلت هو بروز اليمين المتطرف بشكل قوي وبشكل ممنهج، ويستعمل وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي ومعه شركات للتواصل تدعمه بشكل قوي. أذكركم بما حدث في نيوزيلندا لما قتل ترامب أكثر من 50 مسلما في المسجدين، وقد صور عملية القتل في 17 دقيقة وكيف روجت في وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي وممولة. ولاحظوا معي ردود فعل الإسلام السياسي. إذن قلت على أن يعني خمود أو أفول فكرة الإسلام السياسي هي رهينة بسياق دولي خاص على الغرب أن يفهم هذه الأشياء، وليس بالجزر وبالوسائل القانونية الجامدة واليابسة. هذه النقطة الثانية. النقطة الثالثة، لا بد في عالمنا العربي الإسلامي أن يعمل على ما يسمى بالتنشئة الاجتماعية للدين، ولا يمكن أن تكون تنشئة اجتماعية حقيقية للدين إلا بإصلاحه من داخل المنظومة التعليمية، وهذا نقطة أساسية. وثانيا، من تقنين ما يسمى بالهبات والصدقات داخل المجتمع، خاصة ما يسمى بالمجتمع الديني، وهو الإخوان المسلمين متغلغلين بشكل كبير عن طريق هذه الجمعيات. إذن سن قوانين جازرة يعني بوضع حد لنشاط الإسلام السياسي في الجمعيات، ومراجعة التنشئة الاجتماعية للدين من خلال التعليم في المنظومة التعليمية. أعتقد هذه الأشياء ضرورية وأساسية من أجل الحد من هذا الخطر القادم.
أشكرك دكتور محمد. وأنا أعتقد أيضا أن إذا لم تطور الدولة الوطنية والنخب الحاكمة، لا أقول أيديولوجية، ولكن ما يملأ هذا الفراغ وما تتوجه إلى إصلاحات فكرية أيضا، سيظل هذا الفراغ ميدان سواء للإسلام السياسي بأشكال مختلفة، متطرفة، متلبرلة، أيا كانت. فهناك بحاجة أيضا لملء هذا الفراغ. قبل أن أشكر ضيوفي وأختم، سأقول لكم سر. أنا أقحمت نفسي في هذه الجلسة وأنا لست خبيرة لا في الإسلام السياسي ولا الغير سياسي. وقلت هذا للمتحدثين في اليوم الأول، لكن لم كن أدري أن حديثي إليهما سيؤتي بنتائجه. قلت لهما أقحمت نفسي لأنني جنرال، ولكي أنتم من شمال أفريقيا، وشمال أفريقيا متعود على الإسهاب، فأقحمت نفسي في هذه الجلسة لكي لا تمتد إلى ساعات
تضبطين.
ولم أكن أدري أن هذا كان له فعل السحر، ومن غير أن أقطع عليهما كان يختصران في الوقت. لكن هذا لا يمنع من الاعتراف بحقيقة ثراء الأفكار التي طرحها المفكران دكتور عبد الله ولد أباه والدكتور محمد المعزوز. فباسمي واسمكم أشكرهما جزيل الشكر على ما تفضل به من مداخلات قيمة حول هذا الموضوع الذي أثرته إثراء كبيرا. وقبل أن تذهبوا خارجاً أرجو منكم التفضل بالبقاء في أماكنكم، حيث سنعرض عليكم خلاصات الملتقى في عجالة سريعة. شكراً. أحتاج إضاءة هنا لو سمحتوا. I need light here, please. السيدات والسادة، على مدى يومين كاملين وفي 12 جلسة شارك فيها أكثر من 50 متحدثاً ومتحدثة ينتمون لنخبة من الخبراء الاستراتيجيين والباحثين المميزين وصانعي السياسات من أنحاء مختلفة من العالم. ناقش ملتقى أبو ظبي الاستراتيجي الثامن البيئتين الدولية والإقليمية في حقبة ما بعد جائحة كوفيد-19. وكما جرت العادة في ختام كل ملتقى سأوجز في هذه الكلمة أهم القضايا والاتجاهات التي طرحت في الملتقى. سعى الملتقى في اليوم الأول إلى البحث في حالة العالم والنظام الدولي. ففي الجلسة الثانية التي تناولت التكنولوجيا والأمن السيبراني تطرق المتحدثون إلى التحول الرقمي الذي يشهده العالم وكيف أن هذا التحول أعاد تعريف القوة للدول والشركات، كما تم التعرض إلى المخاطر والتهديدات المتصلة بالتكنولوجيا الرقمية وأمن الفضاء السيبراني ودور البيانات والتقنية الرقمية في التنافس الجيو-استراتيجي بين الصين والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، وهو ما يشكل تحدياً للدول التي تنشد الحياد الرقمي. وأثرت الجلسة أيضاً قضايا مهمة مثل الحاجة إلى خلق ثقافة سيبرانية في المجتمعات وضرورة حماية القيم وحقوق الفرد وأهمية التعاون بين القطاع الخاص والقطاع العام في تعزيز الردع السيبراني، والحاجة أيضاً إلى تعاون جماعي للتوصل إلى قواعد واتفاقيات وآليات دولية للتعامل مع الفضاء السيبراني. وأخيراً في الجلسة في الجلسة الأولى تم استعراض تجربة دولة الإمارات في الانتقال من الحكومة الإلكترونية إلى الحكومة الذكية. وفي الجلسة الثالثة تمت مناقشة التهديدات للأمن الإنساني الناجمة عن تفشي جائحة كوفيد-19 وعن التغير المناخي. وأكد المتحدثون أنه بالرغم من أن العالم يسير في طريق احتواء الوباء إلا أن العالم
أيضاً ليس محصناً من الأوبئة في المستقبل، وعليه لا بد من تطوير الأنظمة الصحية للدول لتعزيز قدراتها للتعامل مع الأوبئة. والأهم ضرورة تحسين حوكمة الصحة العالمية. وعلى صعيد التغير المناخي أشار المتحدثون إلى الحاجة إلى التزام سياسي جماعي لاستعادة عافية كوكب الأرض والحفاظ على نظامه الأيكولوجي. ولفتت الجلسة أيضاً إلى إخفاق مؤتمر كوب 26 في تقليص الفجوات بين تعهدات الدول في مجال تغير المناخ وأهداف اتفاق باريس. وتناولت الجلسة الرابعة التحول الرقمي في الاقتصاد العالمي، وهو التوجه الذي عززته جائحة كوفيد-19 ودفعت نحو حدوث تغيرات مهمة في أسلوب العمل وطبيعته، كما أجبرت الدول على التفكير في تنويع اقتصاداتها. ولفتت الجلسة النظر إلى أن الجائحة سرعت من ظهور بعض الاتجاهات السلبية على صعيد الاقتصاد العالمي، مثل فك الارتباط بين الاقتصادين الأمريكي والصيني. وتطرقت الجلسة إلى مسألة تنامي أهمية العملة الصينية، وأيضاً مسألة دور العملات الرقمية التابعة للبنوك المركزية في مستقبل الاقتصاد العالمي. وعكست الجلسة الخامسة الافتراق بين الرؤيتين الأمريكية والصينية إزاء طبيعة العلاقة بين البلدين ومستقبلها. وبينما اتفق المشاركون على أن المنافسة بين القوتين العظميين أمر واقع، وأن الدولتين لا تسعيان إلى صدام عسكري فيما بينهما، إلا أنهما اختلفوا حول أسباب هذا التنافس وأبعاده. وطرحت فكرة أنه بالرغم من الاعتماد المتبادل بين الاقتصادين الصيني والأمريكي، إلا أن هناك خطوات متبادلة باتجاه فك ارتباط انتقائي في جوانب ذات صلة بالأمن القومي، مثل تقنيات الجيل الخامس أو ال5G. كما تم التطرق أيضاً إلى فكرة ميل القوتين نحو التنافس التعاوني، كما لمسنا في اتفاقهما حول التعاون المناخي في مؤتمر كوب 26. وناقشت الجلسة أيضاً انعكاس التنافس الصيني الأمريكي على منطقة الشرق الأوسط والأحكام غير الدقيقة التي تطرح في هذا الصدد، والتحدي الذي يواجه دول المنطقة لإدارة علاقتها بهاتين القوتين بحيث لا تكون حصرية. وتطرقت الجلسة السادسة إلى التحديات التي تواجه روسيا للعودة كقوة عظمى، والتحديات البنيوية التي تواجه الاتحاد الأوروبي لتعزيز قوته السياسية والعسكرية. وبالرغم من التشديد من المنظور الروسي على أن روسيا جزء من أوروبا، إلا أنه برز خلال الجلسة الاختلاف الشاسع بين الرؤيتين الأوروبية والروسية في مقاربة العلاقات بينهم. وفي هذا الصدد تطرقت الجلسة إلى تموضع القوتين إزاء التنافس الصيني الأمريكي. فمع أن روسيا اختارت الشراكة مع الصين، إلا أن لها علاقات وثيقة بالهند ولا ترغب في التضحية بها. ومع أن الاتحاد الأوروبي يعمل بسبب التماثل في القيم مع الولايات المتحدة، لكنه أيضاً راغب في المزيد من الاستقلال الاستراتيجي عن الولايات المتحدة. كما أن دول الاتحاد ليست متحمسة مثل واشنطن لكبح الصعود الصيني، وهناك رغبة لدى الطرفين الروسي والأوروبي لتعزيز التعاون بينهما في قضايا الطاقة وتغير المناخ. في الجلسة الخاصة التي تضمنها الملتقى بمناسبة احتفال الإمارات العربية المتحدة بعامها ال50، تمت مناقشة سمات نموذج دولة الإمارات لبناء القوة في السنوات الماضية، وأبرزها توافر قيادة تمتلك رؤية استراتيجية ورغبة في اقتحام المستقبل والتطوير الدائم للاقتصاد والتنمية. وكذلك أكدت الجلسة أنه بالرغم من سعي الإمارات لتعزيز قوتها الصلبة إلا أنها لا تميل إلى استعراض القوة. وبرز خلال الجلسة أيضاً إدراك أثر القوة الناعمة في التأثير الإقليمي للإمارات. لذلك تميزت الدولة بمبادراتها في مجالات الطاقة النووية السلمية والطاقة المتجددة والفضاء والذكاء الاصطناعي. ولا شك في أن تطلعات الدولة لتكون في المراتب الأولى في جميع المؤشرات الدولية في مئويات الدولة، والتركيز على ما سيحققه الشباب الإماراتي في المستقبل وفق كلمة معالي الدكتور أنور قرقاش ينطوي على تحديات عدة. وفي اليوم الثاني سعى الملتقى إلى استشراف معالم الشرق الأوسط الأوسع. ففي موضوع الأزمة في أفغانستان شدد المتحدثون في الجلسة السابعة على أهمية اطلاع المجتمع الدولي بمسؤوليته للتعامل مع الأزمة الإنسانية التي تشهدها أفغانستان، ومع ضرورة استمرار المفاوضات مع طالبان والضغط عليها عبر الأدوات المالية والاقتصادية من أجل تبني حكم انتقالي أكثر تمثيلاً للقوميات والمناطق واحترام حقوق النساء والحريات. والأمل أن دعم الاستقرار في أفغانستان سيعزز الفرص الاقتصادية الداخلية والتكامل الاقتصادي الإقليمي. وفي الموضوع الإيراني تناولت الجلسة الثامنة المحادثات النووية والفجوة في الموقف بين الطرفين الإيراني والأمريكي بخصوص الاتفاق النووي، كما تطرقت إلى السلوك الإيراني في الإقليم وغياب حتى الآن أي خطوات أولى أساسية في مجال الحوار الإقليمي الجاد. في الجلسة التاسعة التي ناقشت السياسة التركية الخارجية وتوجهها نحو العسكرة بالترافق مع إظهار مؤشرات انفتاح أكبر نحو إصلاح علاقات أنقرة مع دول إقليمية أساسية مثل مصر والسعودية والإمارات. والتحدي الأساسي الذي يواجه النخبة الحاكمة في أنقرة هو إحداث تحسن ما بين الوضع الاقتصادي المتأزم وتطوير علاقات أكثر إيجابية مع الغرب، لا سيما مع الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية التي تمر بوضع متأزم حالياً. وفي الجلسة العاشرة جرت مناقشة إمكانية الاتفاقيات الإبراهيمية في تشكيل مناخ إقليمي مختلف، فقد كانت المنطقة تحتاج إلى عامل جديد لكسر الجمود في العملية السلمية، وقد وفر الاتفاق الإبراهيمي مثل هذا العامل. ومع ذلك أظهرت النقاشات في الجلسة الصعوبات والتحديات التي ما زالت تواجه جلب الطرفين إلى طاولة المفاوضات، وهما الطرف الإسرائيلي والطرف الفلسطيني، وإجراء تقدم عملي على تحقيق حل الدولتين، وهو ما يتطلب حلولاً إبداعية لتجاوز مثل هذه العقبات مثل مقاربة بناء المؤسسات. وفي الجلسة 11 تم تسليط الضوء على التحديات والتهديدات التي تواجه العالم العربي، سواء كانت داخلية أو نابعة من السياسات الإقليمية. وتطرقت الجلسة إلى اتجاهين متناقضين تشهدهما المنطقة العربية حالياً، هما تنامي التصعيد في بعض الأزمات التي توجد في المنطقة، وفي الوقت نفسه شهدنا بداية لاتجاه خفض التصعيد في أزمات أخرى. ونوه المتحدثون في الجلسة إلى أهمية معالجة الدول العربية للعوامل المعززة المقوضة للاستقرار، مثل تآكل الشرعية السياسية وغياب الإصلاح وانتشار الفقر وعدم المساواة والفساد، وهي العوامل التي أدت إلى اندلاع ما سمي بثورات الربيع العربي، ما يعني أن المنطقة على طريق مواجهة ثورات أخرى وربيع آخر في المستقبل القريب. وفي موضوع ذي صفة تناولت الجلسة الأخيرة ظاهرة أفول الإسلام السياسي، والتي يعود في جزء منها إلى تراجع الشرعية والمصداقية لهذه القوى وعجزها عن التعامل مع التحديات الواقعية التي تواجه الشباب في المجتمعات العربية. ومع ذلك فإن تراجع تيار الإسلام السياسي يتطلب من النخبة السياسية العربية تعزيز بدائل للمشاركة السياسية والمدنية تستوعب تطلعات الشباب العربي وطموحاته. السيدات والسادة، هذا استعراض سريع لما أثير في جلسات ملتقى أبو ظبي الاستراتيجي الثامن من قضايا وأفكار تتصل بالنظامين الدولي والإقليمي في مرحلة ما بعد جائحة كورونا. ولا شك في أن جلسات الملتقى كشفت بعض الغموض في فهم التحولات من حولنا، لكنها في الوقت نفسه أثارت العديد من التساؤلات والقضايا التي تحتاج إلى المزيد من البحث المعمق، والتي نأمل أن نقاربها في الملتقى المقبل. في الختام أود أن أتوجه بالشكر الجزيل والامتنان العميق إلى جميع المتحدثين والمتحدثات الذين شاركونا أفكارهم وآرائهم وتوقعاتهم، وأشكر أيضاً مدراء الجلسات الذين بذلوا جهداً كبيراً في استخلاص فائدة قيمة من هذه الجلسات. كما أود أن أعبر عن عميق الشكر والامتنان أيضاً إلى كل من المدعوين والضيوف، كما أتوجه بالشكر أيضاً إلى معالي الدكتور أنور قرقاش المستشار الدبلوماسي لصاحب السمو رئيس الدولة الذي شرفنا بإلقاء الكلمة الرئيسة في هذا الملتقى، وكذلك معالي خليفة شاهين المرر وزير الدولة في حكومة الإمارات، والذي قدم لنا رؤية واضحة عن سياسة الإمارات واتجاهاتها وطموحاتها نحو المئوية. وأود أن أعبر أيضاً عن شكري لوسائل الإعلام المختلفة التي قامت بتغطية جلسات الملتقى. وأخيراً لابد لي أن أعبر عن اعتزازي وتقديري أيضاً الكبير لأسرتي الصغيرة طاقم مركز الإمارات للسياسات الذي بدأ منذ شهور بالإعداد لهذا الملتقى من مختلف جوانبه الفكرية واللوجستية والموضوعية. ولا أنسى أيضاً شكر مجموعة الشبان والشابات المتطوعين والمتطوعات الذين قدموا لنا يد العون بلا كلل ولا ملل طيلة أيام الملتقى. شكراً لمشاركتكم. وتفاعلكم مرة أخرى، وآمل أن نلتقي مجدداً في ملتقى أبو ظبي الاستراتيجي التاسع في العام المقبل هنا في العاصمة الجميلة أبو ظبي. وحتى ذلك الحين أتمنى لكم الخير والتوفيق، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أدعو أسرة مركز الإمارات للسياسات والمتطوعين إلى أخذ صورة جماعية لو تكرمتم، وأرجو منكم شكرا. سنعرض لكم فيديو قصير قبل أن نأخذ الصورة. يسرني في البداية أن أرحب بكم جميعا في ملتقى أبو ظبي الاستراتيجي الثاني.
والمساعدة الخارجية والتضامن الدولي قيمة من قيم دولة الإمارات.
Congratulate Dr. Ibtisam Al-Kutbi and the Emirates Policy Center for continuing the successful development of this event.